I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bled. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters standing hard with big manotas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He thrown into the hills like a Philistine. G-Hawk hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait lead. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. Really give me up. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-Time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito Kato Raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cop, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I be there. Yeah. Man, they know they no contest. Yeah. Yahuwah, he do the bled. Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Sunday, February 19th, it goes down. Or should we say it goes up? The Light Magazine and Kingdom Culture Radio presents the 4th annual Drip and Sip Remix with live performances by Sister Shalom, Yapa Q, King 7.
Coming in, we got them stacking to the ceiling.
Also performances by Ayo Ben Yahoo, Jamel the Trunk Rattler, and more. Hosted by Monologue Magad. With DJ Dr. J on the ones and twos. You don't want to miss this righteous party. Doors open at 5 p.m. The location is Live Wicks, 2405 South Collins Street, Arlington, Texas. Get your tickets today at tlhmagazine.net. The 4th annual Drip and Sip Remix. Don't miss it.
Shalom, family. Yeah, live in the building. Drip and Sip. Peace and blessings. Welcome to the Lion's Den. We are back again. You know what I'm saying? You see the advertising, sipping, dripping. Hey, look, get the guns back. JJ been flexing on them. He been flexing. Look, they talking about, look. Yeah, man. But anyway, get the camera off for a second, man. So I don't want to make some of you old guys go hide in the closets. That's right. Hey, you can get on JJ's 15-day workout program. You just don't eat all the green bologna they serve you. You see what I'm saying? You gotta start fasting and praying and meditating and reading your books and eating your vitamins like the Smushinator. The Smushinator out here whooping ass and taking names from what I hear. God damn it. So we're gonna go and start off. Karima, let me say hi to you so I can get to the Smushinator. Let's get it.
Shalom, you got something playing echoing in the background with you.
Oh, hold up. That's what's going on. Maybe just the other channel. Hold up. I came in from. That's what. Okay. There we go. Sound like we in the fifth dimension. Some goddamn on where. Welcome to the den. You know, where you get the organic views. You know what I'm saying? The organic views is going down in the den every time I'm on the air. I'm skinning it. Hey, I'm skinning and grinning, cheer to ear. Not cheer to ear. Ear to ear. You hear me? I love y'all. I'm gonna thank y'all for the ones who supported the Lions Den today, man. Very graciously. We appreciate y'all. It will be going towards it. So see, the vision is for the Lions Den. We're gonna be like 3 or 4 of us in different cities, right? This summer, and we're gonna be out there on the same topic, and we're gonna be interviewing people. All right, well then we're reporting live from Philadelphia. Mighty Hebrew's on the streets with the people of Philadelphia. Go ahead, Mighty Hebrew, and then now we're gonna go right back at you live, coming down from Sacramento, where Karima at. Then we're gonna switch to about 4 or 5 locations. Then we're gonna hit it over in Africa where Raphael is right now. But right now we're gonna be reporting live from Kenya, Tanzania. So we're gonna be worldwide with it. See, that's the vision. I get a little excited talking about it. But yeah, man, we got one of the brothers in the house, man. Hey, Kareem, hit the like and subscribe when you come in the door. I Am Manna is back in the building. Who else in here? Let me see who we got on the panel, man. I kind of came late. I'm glad I came. Oh, okay. So we got the Intercontinental Champion in the building. But Kareem, I don't think you said anything because I've been running my mouth. So let the queen of the Lions Den speak first, and then we're going to let the gentleman get in here. And somebody's on the hot seat.
I did. I said shalom, and I told you was echoing.
Oh, yeah.
Please like, share, and subscribe if you ain't already. And share.
Yeah.
Sharing is caring.
Okay. Like the video. Comment the video.
The guns all up hey, so we're going to do the Real Men's Lions Den calendar for the ladies. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going on. You know? Hey, see the light? Hey, that's what's going on. But hey, that's for another time, another play. We do it. You see what I'm saying? The Real Men of Lions Den. You know, just put me in August. I'm a hot baby. You know, I'm a hot baby. That's right. I was born in the middle of the heat. Middle of the night, sweating buckshots. That's what Mama told me. But anyway, that's going to be part of my book, Chapter 8, what Mama told me. You know, coming soon. Life and Days of 7,000. You know. But go ahead, Smushinator, introduce yourself, man. I heard y'all here slanging and banging, balling and crawling. That's what Black Jesus Minister told me. He said, you doing it. Let's get it.
Balling and crawling. Barakatah family. You know who it is. The most hated, the most underrated, the most underestimated, the most underdebated. The Smusher has the Smushinator. I'm your maybe. Watch your mouth, fix your face, wipe your mouth off, God damn it. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
yeah.
Dribble.
The
baby still on milk,
much
man.
blessings about we're gonna put you on the hot seat, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I won.
Okay.
Man. And listen, we got one of the newest members of the Lions Den. He has said his affiliation and he wants to be part of it. He's professed it. Nobody forced him into this life. You know. He just said that, you know, so we congratulate you and welcome you in. We want people to be proud of the Lions Den. We warriors over here, man. We intellects and warriors, comedians, entertainers, musicians, lovers. But we will go to war if you come at us the wrong way. But we're mostly intellects over here. So don't be scared, Babylon down, when these lions come at you, the new people in the den. JJ always protect the new people that come in the den. Each of the new people that come in here and the other lions trying to run them out. And the lions, hey, they all say JJ had their back in the beginning. Then after a couple of weeks, I just have to see how you survive. Anyway,
Okay.
we got the Babylon Don in the building. The Don is in the building. Babylon, the Don See, how you pronounce it? Not done. Babylon Don. You understand me? And he said he wants to be put on the hot seat. And goddamn it, the Intercontinental Champion is already here. Waiting. Look at his chops. And who else gonna come up? Anybody else that want to ask this man? Babylon Don, go ahead and introduce yourself, brother. Tell him what it is.
Hey, this is Babylon Don, man. I'm glad to be here. Peace to Sister Karima Lahefa. Peace to JJ7000. Thank y'all for the platform. I really just wanted to talk to the people, you know, on my day to speak on the Lions Den, because I know a lot of times we come on here, you know, we hear like lectures and we hear interviews and we hear talking. So I wanted to just open myself up and my mind up to people's questions that's out there. So I really didn't have a category or a spot where I wanted to go with it. Just ask me anything and I'm willing to talk about it. If I know it, I'm gonna tell you. If I don't, I'm gonna tell you. But we're also gonna look it up. If it's something we don't really know, we're gonna look it up and we're gonna find out what it is. So that's basically my introduction. So anybody that's got something to say, I don't see nobody in the show but me right now. So anybody that's got something to say, you can call in, feel free, and you could ask me anything you want to ask me.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it here first. Babylon Don said he wants to, for anybody that's listening and peeking around in the front chat, in the back chat, hey, you got any questions for him? He's willing to answer. So you heard what he said. We got Sister I Am Mana. She is up first, and she says she has a question. Queen, go ahead and type it in, and then we're gonna turn the Intercontinental Champion loose and see what.
Please do. Or tell her she can feel free to come on the channel. She won't be beat up. She won't be wrestled. She won't be yelled at. She'll be treated like a goddess.
Yeah, we can't be beat. Yeah. See, Facebook and YouTube is sensitive. They have artificial intelligence that's sensitive to certain words. You see. So, but yeah. Yeah, he's saying beat up by intellectually beat you up, sis. I don't know what's going on. But she said she wasn't in a war. You know, she doesn't have a question, but he already on the defensive, ready to whoop people up. That Babylon Don is in the building. That's right. Okay, we got people putting their questions in. Okay, here's a question. How did the Nuwaubian language come about? Babylon Don.
Oh, that's a good question. The Nuwaubian language came about by way of a man named Dr. Malachi Z. York. That's who actually put the language together. Now, the language of Nuwaubic, if anybody does the research, they'll come to find out that it's an old language. It is the Medu Neter. Nuwaubic is the Medu Neter. When I say Medu Neter, I'm saying it is the hieroglyphs. It is the spoken hieroglyphic cuneiform language. Again, it is the spoken hieroglyph cuneiform language, meaning it's the spoken form of the hieroglyph. The hieroglyphs themselves, the pictures cannot be spoken. We done went through this a lot, and I'll be happy to give y'all my argument why the hieroglyphs can't be spoken. The Medu Neter cannot be spoken.
My guest then, Babylon Don.
Yeah, my first argument would be that no one can speak in pictures, JJ. Nobody can speak in pictures. I don't care how hard we try, we can't speak in pictures. If I put a picture up, now this is not something that's debatable or arguable or anything. I could put up a row of pictures, or anybody could look around and put a row of pictures in front of anybody else, and nobody can't read what those pictures mean or say. Nobody, even though all of us speak the same language and we know exactly what the picture might be implying. The picture could imply that a boy is about to throw a rock. The picture can be implying that a car is about to drive up the road. The picture can be implying that, you know, it's about to rain. All of these things the picture can be implying, but somebody could say those things, what I just said, a million different ways. The young lad is about to throw something. The young lad has a projectile about to throw it, anything. You know, so there's no interpretation or translation from pictures to language. That's my next argument. I'm gonna say it again. Not to language, but to alphabet. There's no direct translation from pictures to an alphabet. There is no direct correspondence from every picture that a person could paint or think of being directly associated with a letter that somebody could think of. That don't exist. So we only have 24, 26 alphabets, 22 in Hebrew, 19 sometimes in Greek. So we only got limited amount of alphabets, and we have unlimited amount of pictures. So we cannot cover every picture with a letter and say that the pictures can become an alphabet and that we can start doing that. Just all type of things. And these arguments that I'm giving now, I want the public to know. These arguments that I'm giving, these are not Dr. Walter Williams' arguments. Walter Williams has his own arguments on why the Medu Neter can't be translated, dealing with time and chronology. One of them, I think he got 4 good points on why the Medu Neter cannot be translated. Now, I know this hurt a lot of people, but it doesn't take away from our Egyptian knowledge or anything we doing in the Medu Neter. What they just need to admit is that they are translating from the Demotic, from the Coptic, and below. That they have put together from the Demotic and the Coptic, they have put together a language the same way everybody did. That's another key now, y'all out there in the public. That's another key. Everybody in the world came into Egypt and was given a script and a language. They was given that. That's what they was given. They was given a script and a language to speak. So when they leave the country, they would leave the country with a script and a language, and they could manipulate it and change it any way they wanted to. And that's exactly what they did. But they came there to get the basic script. Now, the first alphabet you will find is called the Lachish alphabet in Lachish, Egypt. And Lachish, that's between Egypt and Israel. Let's tell the truth. It's between Egypt and Israel. And those two right there in that space is the place where alphabets were invented. And as far as the pictures go, the pictures were invented way down in Khartoum in Sudan. They was invented in Tarseti, one of the first cataracts of Egypt. And the picture writing came, I won't say it was, I'll say it reached its peak of art in Tarseti. It had already been going on all around the continent, all around the country and the continent of Africa, especially south, coming up from Zimbabwe, coming up into Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, coming up there, and then coming up to the Congo, then coming up into Sudan, Ethiopia, into Sudan, into Egypt, into the Delta, the Nile, into Egypt proper, into the Nile Delta, into Israel, into Lachish, into Israel, into the Fertile Crescent, and that's how the language spread. Now, one of the things we might be able to do tonight, when somebody come on, I'll take time and look up a map, and we'll pull up a map of Egypt and the Fertile Crescent, and I'll do my best to ask Sister Karima to do that for me, put it on the screen, and then we'll look up and we'll look at that map, and I'll try to explain some of that map from where I am, and explain the closeness of like how close Ethiopia, Sudan, and Somalia is to the Red Sea, and how close that is to Arabia, because it's right across the Red Sea, and how the Sinai sit right in the middle. Sinai Peninsula sits right in the middle. So how we got that thing, and then how they willing to say that Arabia is basically not in Africa, that the Sinai is basically not in Africa, then that means that Israel is not in Africa, and this is where everything gets thrown off. So that's a great point. Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
All right, so if anybody's interested in what he just laid out, maybe reach out to him in the chat, and maybe he can do a continuation. But right now, we got other questions, Babylon Don. The people are speaking right now. We got Megiddo, be tripping. Go ahead and at Babylon Don, where do you say Babylon is according to the landmarks? Go ahead, brother. Babylon, you there? Unmute your mic. Karima, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Unmute your mic.
Okay, sorry. Okay, when you say
you gotta turn your camera on. People want to connect with people to see who they talking to, man.
Okay, I'll turn it on in 1 minute then, JJ. I'll get situated.
Okay, yeah.
All right. But to answer the question, Babylon is
off a little bit, you know. Yeah,
to answer the question, Babylon, can you hear me, JJ?
Yeah, go ahead.
Babylon is in modern day Iraq. Old time, that would be considered basically in Africa. There is a mountain range. Now, when you get to Iran, that's another word that has ear in it, ear. Now, we ran that spot, but that really wasn't considered like so much of what we wanted to so much like dominate and run. What we wanted to dominate and run is the tiny little land bridge that runs straight out of Egypt and straight into Israel and the Fertile Crescent. Right there, open whole Egypt and Africa up. That tiny spot where Israel sits in that little tiny corner, in that little tiny little valley coming straight down into Egypt, that land bridge is where the whole world would get to access Egypt and how Egypt would access the whole world for the most part. Where Asia and Europe, Greece and Turkey and all of that and Syria could come down into Egypt and do business, but they would have to pass through Israel and pass through that little tiny gap in order to get into Egypt. That's what made Egypt strategically safe for a long time, and the water that blocked, like, you know, over there. So yeah, that's what Babylon is in the modern day Iraq. It's really called Ur, and you have Ur and Babylon. And we could get into the Anunnaki and what the Anunnaki were doing there, what Enlil and Enki were doing there, and how they helped to build Babylon. Or we can go back as young as when Nimrod was in Babylon and how Nimrod built 7 cities all throughout Babylon.
All right, good answer. All right. Okay.
Now I'm grabbing a book, JP.
Okay, good answer, brother. All right, until somebody else come up with a question, or Zion, did you want to ask a question? You're on the panel.
Yeah, not what I want to do though. I'm gonna wait. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, good deal.
I'm gonna wait.
Anybody else who want to put a question up in the audience? If not, what's your thoughts on the Big Bang Theory?
Okay.
I'll present that one to somebody else.
So what now, JJ?
I said that was one of my questions. What are your thoughts on the Big Bang Theory?
That's a very good question, man. I didn't get a chance to get that book, but I'm gonna get it. I don't really see it, but as far as the Big Bang go, the Big Bang is straight up scientific fiction. It's a hypothesis. It's not even really a tested theory, never been tested. I put the Big Bang on the level that I put the theory of evolution. The Big Bang never happened. Nobody could ever tell us when the Big Bang happened, so we don't have a time. They can never tell us where the Big Bang happened in the universe, because they don't even know where we are on this planet Earth in the universe right now. What people need to understand about science, they only can see the observable universe. That's all they can see is the observable universe. Anything beyond the observable universe is unknown. So when they give a date for the universe, they given a date based on how far they can see in the universe, based on background radiation and based on mathematical ideas.
And you are exactly right, because astronomers combine mathematical models with observation to develop workable theories on how the universe came to be. So the mathematical underpinnings of the Big Bang Theory include Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, along with standard theories fundamental particles. This is from NASA. Today, NASA spacecraft such as the Hubble Space Telescope and the Spitzer Space Telescope continue measuring the expansion of the universe, right? One of the goals has long been to decide whether the universe will expand forever or whether it will someday stop. And then when you said background radiation, according to the theories of physics, if we're to look at the universe 1 second after the Big Bang, what we see is a 10 billion degree sea of neutrons, protons, electrons, anti-electrons, positrons, photons, and neutrons. Then, as time went on, we would see the universe cool, right? The neutrons either decaying into protons and electrons or combining with protons to make deuterium, an isotope of hydrogen. As it continued to cool, it would eventually reach the temperatures where electrons combine to nuclei to form nuclei atoms. It's a process they're trying to say. Before this recombination occurred, the universe would have been opaque because the free electrons could have caused light as photons to scatter the way sunlight scatters from the water droplets in clouds. It's just done the process, and I'm gonna be done with this paragraph and get back to it. But
okay,
when the
take your time.
Electrons were observed to form neutral atoms, the universe suddenly became transparent. See, those same photons, the afterglow, which is the background radiation of the Big Bang, is known as CBR, or cosmic background radiation, can be observed today. Now, the mission study of cosmic background radiation at NASA has launched 2 missions to study the cosmic background radiation, taking baby pictures of the universe only 400,000 years after it was born. The first of these was the Cosmic Background Explorer in 1992. The Cosmic Background Explorer team announced that they had mapped a primordial hot and cold spots in cosmic background radiation. See, when they get to speak about primordial, you know, they talk about they've been to the beginning, right? You know, these spots are related to the gravitational field in the early universe to form the seeds of the giant clusters of galaxies that stretch hundreds of millions of light years across the universe. Doesn't that sound like just a good fairy tale? Look, this work earned NASA Dr. John C. Mather and George F. Smoot, the University of California in 2006, the Nobel Prize for Physics. And I land my plane. Go ahead, man. Anybody else? Babylon done. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Okay, I got you, JJ. Yeah, I was just getting some stuff ready, man. I'm just a little bit back behind time. I'll tell you what had happened when I was listening to the other show.
And we got Eric, Mad Scientist, who got a question. He said, is Prince York your leader? I don't know if you mean Dr. York or Prince York or yeah. So
yeah,
like, are you an ex-Nubian yourself? That's the question.
So what's the question now? Is what?
Well, he asked Eric the Mad Scientist, is Prince York the leader? I don't know what he mean by the leader of the Nubians. I guess. Oh, is Prince York maybe the leader of the Nubians now?
Right. Basically, who's the person who is now sitting in the seat of Dr. York?
Ridiculous. Nobody sits in the seat of Dr. York. Nobody has replaced Dr. York. Dr. York is not dead. Dr. York is still alive and well, breathing and talking. Dr. York is the only master teacher, supreme grand master teacher. Dr. York wrote all the books. Dr. York is the man. Nobody's trying to take Dr. York's place. Nobody's trying to be number 2. Dr. York did not appoint anybody. And if he did, it would probably be one of his sons. And if Prince York does want to claim or does want to be and walk in his father's shoes, so to speak, or to follow in his father's footsteps, this is a great thing. His father was a great man, and that would make Prince York a great man. I don't subscribe to any man, but I'm not going to put my brother down Prince York just because people want to hear anything. So I'm letting you know now that Dr. York is a great man. And if Prince York considers himself not a leader, because let me tell you something about Nuwaubu. In Nuwaubu, Dr. York taught us there is no such thing as men leaders. A woman is the leadership. Women are the leadership. They lead men, and they state law. See, women are leaders and lawyers. They state law, right? Now, what men do, men follow and enforce law. You see that? Men follow and enforce law. The woman tells the man the problem, and the man goes and fix it. So she is the leader, and he is a ruler. He is an enforcer. She is a leader. So that's what I want to say about Nuwaubu. So people will have their matriarchal and patriarchal concept straight. Because if we talk, they might think that in Nuwaubu, it's the man wear the pants or something. No, that's not the way. That's the absolute wrong way it goes. In ancient Egypt, you see the woman standing there with Pharaoh. Their left foot is placed forward, and you'll see her hand around his waist, holding his arm, and her other hand holding his other arm on his shoulder. So she's holding him down, not him holding her. Look at the pictures again. Look who in the dominant position. In order to be Pharaoh, you have to marry Pharaoh's daughter. And if you was in Tarseti in Sudan, where it was really matriarchal, you would have to have the Pharaoh, marry the Pharaoh's daughter, and have the Pharaoh's mother bless the wedding and bless you in order for you to become Pharaoh. And you can see some of this last thing, so I can let another question get in, but some historical facts. You will see this in where you see down in Tarseti in Sudan, Ethiopia, they wore the crown with two serpents, the double Ujet, the two serpents, the double Uraei. Now in Egypt, right, up in the other part of Egypt, in the lower part of Egypt, which is northern Egypt, they wore a nekibet, which is a vulture, and a Uraei, a Wajet. So they wore a bird and a serpent. So you have the double serpent down low, the double cobra, the king cobra, and then up top, you got the cobra and the vulture. So that show you the matriarchal lineage and how that went. And how it graduated from the double Uraei to the vulture and the Uraei. And you'll also find that Egypt's symbol is a bee, a honeybee, which is a bee that can give birth by herself without the help of a man. Parthenogenesis. She can give birth to a boy like Isis gave birth to Haru, or like Jesus gave birth to Mary. That's what that bee represents, a woman able to give birth without a man. And that's the symbol of all Egypt. So when you ask, is Prince York the leader? No, Prince York could not be the leader. All of our women of Nuwaubu lead us. That's who leads Nuwaubu. Secondly, there's a lot of organizations and a lot of splinter groups that's then broke off from what Dr. York originally started. Let's get that straight. Just like all things, people started their own thing. He opened many schools. One school we talked about here tonight was the Masonic School. So you have brothers that's in the lodge that's running things on their end and doing things that they say are Nuwaubu. You got other people in other countries like Barbados, Trinidad, London, other places doing things, and they say their things are for the best for Nuwaubu. You have people in the States, United States, in New York, in Georgia, and they even separate in Carolina and California, doing things all over the United States, and they all say they for Nuwaubu. So there's no such thing as Nuwaubian. Dr. York never defined the word Nuwaubu. That's another thing. The word Nuwaubu has never been defined. But I said this on another show, I think it's on Smash Rockwell. One of the latest knowledge is coming from a place called Nuwaubu, Egypt. See, a lot of people didn't know it's a place called Nuweiba, Egypt, Nuweiba. We was originally called Nuwaubians. A lot of people confuse the B and the P, but if you say those words phonetically, by way of your mouth structure, the B and the P make the same mouth structure. So they the same letter. There was no P. There was both called B or both called P, if you will. So when you say Nuwaubu or Nuwaubu, fu with a B, you're saying the same word. So when you go to Egypt and you see Nuweiba or Nuweifu, that's the same word. So this is why one of our names is Nuwapu, Nubia, Nub. You see that? That's why we that. So Prince York would be a ruler. The brother tell you his name is Prince. So the brother must be a prince and a ruler and not of Nuwapu, because you couldn't rule that. That's not a thing. That's not something that we rule over. That's something that we teach. It's a way of life.
Brother, I got a question.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been listening to you for a while, and every time I'm listening to you, you talk a lot, but you sound like you spinning in mud. What is it with this woman thing? Can you show me in land, air, or water where a female is setting any kind of laws? Where does a woman rule anything on this planet? Last week you got on here and you tried to say that Eve was created the same time as man, which was wrong. The scripture don't say that. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, brother. I'm just listening to you.
Brother, the scripture don't say that. You last week I was listening to you with this woman thing, and you try to put a woman over top of a man talking about they control law. That's not true. That's not true at all. And we can see that in the physical sense before we even go to the scripture. I don't see a lion. I don't see a female lion running over top of the Lion King. I don't see a female leading chimpanzees out in the wild. I don't see any of that. So you listen, brother, if we get out in this wilderness and a woman try to rule me and try to control what I'm controlling, it's not gonna happen. It's what I'm saying gonna go. And that's not me trying to be her boss. It's just that if something goes down, I know I'm the stronger vessel. But you keep putting this woman thing out there, and I'm listening to you, and it's cringing. I cringe when I hear it because you're setting a precedent that's not right. The scripture in 1 Timothy, the scripture in 1 Timothy 2:13 says, "For Adam was formed and then Eve." That's not what you said last week. You was putting it out there on the airwaves that Eve was created the same time as man, and so on and so forth. Now I need you to rectify that. I need you to get that right.
Okay, brother. Hey, can we go slow? What's the scripture you quoted?
1 Timothy 2:13.
You want me? I'll pull it up. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up.
Please do. Please do.
Okay, let's go slow. 1 Timothy
2:13.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, we got the King James Version right here. We'll go right there. Okay, 2. Okay, I'm at 13. Okay. Yes. Now, what did I say wrong?
You don't remember what you said last week when you was on here about Eve being created?
Oh, I remember exactly, succinctly.
Okay, what did you say?
I said that according to the book of Genesis, that the man and the woman were formed at the exact same time. The
and
original.
I'm saying,
hold on. Let me finish for you. Let me finish. You gonna have time.
Okay.
I ain't gonna go nowhere. I'm gonna go real slow.
Please don't go nowhere.
I said the man and the woman. Just make sure you listen, bro. Just make sure you hear what I'm saying. Cause don't be up here thinking of the next question. Please hear what I'm saying too. Cause I'm listening to you. Okay, now listen.
Okay, and I'm listening to you.
So this is recorded, and the last week's show is recorded, so you could pull it up and you could do another show with me, and you could show me how my words contradict then and how they contradict now, and you can show everybody how big a fool I am if you want to. So I'm aware of that. So let me state what I stated. Adam and Eve, according to the book of Genesis, were created at the exact same time. At the exact same time. And that there was another Adam that was made. There was another Adam. And from him, he was put to sleep. And from him was taken a ribonucleic acid, deoxyribonucleic acid, mitochondrial deoxyribonucleic acid, mtDNA, which is not present or passed from the man to the seed. mtDNA is not. Although the man has.
Hold on, brother. Don't get scientific on me. Before you go running off into that scientific stuff, okay, I don't need to know all about that. Because listen. How he did it.
Slow down, brother. This my show. You're not gonna come here and dictate to me and tell me what I'm doing. You're not gonna ask me a question and then direct me on the question. I've been fair with brother. You. I let you ring out everything you had to say, despite it being not true.
No, you didn't, because I haven't even asked my question yet. I haven't even asked my question yet.
You can have it, Babylon. No, I want him to go. I want this brother to go because I don't want nobody to think nothing happened other than he got everything he wanted off his chest. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Now, what I asked you was, I asked you, you saying that they was formed at the same time, Adam and Eve.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pull up the scripture. We're gonna pull up the scripture.
Okay. Can we pull up that scripture, please, and show me?
Okay, before we do that, let's address your 13. You think it's a contradiction in what I said when I said there was another Adam made, and from him he was put to sleep, and a woman was taken from him? Would that not agree? Would that not agree with Corinthians 2:13?
That I didn't say any of that. What I asked you was about who was created first. Who was created first?
I'm gonna ask you again. You told me to pull up 1 Corinthians 2:13. It's up.
Yeah. And what did it say? It said for
1 Corinthians 2:13 reads, "For Adam was first formed, then Eve." You said that I told a lie. You said that I told a lie and that my words contradict. And all I'm asking you is to admit that you are wrong, and that according to what I said was that there was a man named Adam formed from the ground, and he was formed before Eve, and Eve was taken from his rib, and that does not contradict Corinthians 2:13. Is this not the facts?
Brother, what are you talking about, man? What are we talking about?
I'm asking you, is it true?
Listen. Do you want me to just say I'm wrong for the hell of it?
No, I want you to admit
me asking you a question. Listen, me asking you a question should not go into all of this nonsense. I asked you a simple question. You had me under the impression that Adam and Eve was created at the very same time.
They were.
Where?
I'm still
now show me where. Part. And I'm asking you, if I don't know, listen, okay, and I'm telling you, I don't know that. Can you show me where?
Okay, we'll go to Genesis. But still, that's a separate question than what I'm asking you about 1 Corinthians 2.
Not if I don't know, I'm not challenging your theory. I'm telling you, I'm going off of 1 Timothy 2:13, which says something different than what you said.
And that's what I'm asking you. It's not saying something different than what I said, because I said that there was a man named Adam and a woman taken from his rib named Eve.
How was Eve created? So how was they created at the same exact time?
I'm about to show you in Genesis 1. But if Eve is in Adam,
can we get there?
Yeah, I'm going. I'm there now. I'm at the scripture, and I'm about to pull it up. I'm just waiting on my computer to get busy with me. But yeah, so I'm doing it right now. I'm doing that right now. But
let me just say something. Let me just say something real quick to I Am Manna. I Am Manna. I'm not saying that I'm over top of a woman. What I'm saying to you is that in the wild, if I was living as a wild person, a wild man, a wild animal, so forth and so on, naturally, physically, I'm going to overpower the woman if I was living in that type of lifestyle or in them type of conditions. Physically, if it wasn't me, it would be some other type of man. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm taking control of a woman. This message is for Iron Man. That's in the chat. That's not what I'm saying, sis.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna.
Well, in the Lion Kingdom, the woman is the one that go out and hunt. Who you think she go hunt? Female lions?
No. Her going out and hunting. She's going out and hunting lesser prey.
Right. For food. Exactly.
Let me finish. So yeah, her job is to be nurturing to her cubs because that's what she's doing. That's not what the Lion King does. Even though he could go out and do the same exact thing she's doing.
Yeah, but he's sitting back watching the children.
That's
right.
Wrong,
but what I'm saying,
the female lions hunt and they bring the meat back, and the first to eat from the meat is the male. She literally brings the meat first back.
That's the male. What you talking about?
Listen, what I'm saying to you is this: is that the stronger the Lion King. We all know who it is. We're not talking about their jobs. I'm not talking about what they do. What I'm telling you now is if there's no police, there's no army, there's no Air Force, there's no Marine, and we had anarchy going on in the streets, there's no woman that's going to be at the forefront. And if you're saying that, you're a liar.
That's not true.
How did you end up on a hot seat, my nigga?
We're not gonna overtalk. We're not gonna overtalk each other. We're not gonna do that. You're gonna have a chance to speak. The goddess is just about to say something. I'm gonna wait on the Lahafa.
Calm down, because it ain't that serious. First of all, you know what I mean. And
it's really not because brother, you can wait your turn because I got some questions for you.
You wait your turn. I'm talking to you. Calm down, because it's not that serious. This is his show. Yes, he's on the hot seat, but you're gonna respect him. So calm down. You feel me? And show him a little respect and let him answer your question, even if you don't like it.
Yeah, because when it comes to this right here, what we're talking about, this is not no hard work. This is not something to even be worked up about. And I apologize to Dave for even coming on the show and being a little bit loud, because that's really not necessary. That's right. You was right, got it. That's not necessary. Now listen, when you saying about the male and the female, my brother, in the ways you describe it and talking about a military, you're moving all kind of goalposts and changing all kind of games. You go from the animal kingdom to man-made kingdom. That's a natural kingdom to man-made kingdom. I just posted that today. So those two kingdoms are not even comparable. That Masonic doctrine that y'all done learn where the man wear the pants and he the head of household on some income taxes is a lie. And the woman showing you that every day that she don't need you in that manner to do that for her. She can run the house and raise children and do everything she got to do and go to school and graduate and out earn your ass without you. She's showing you that every day. And until you wake up to that, you're going to lose her. She nurture you and she birthed you. You can never be higher than your mother. And if you think you higher than your mother, you're a fool, because matter cannot rise higher than its source. That's the law. Now, Is no need in arguing this thing about no man ruling nothing. We could turn to Tarseti, and I'm gonna go there later, but we just gonna talk this thing out, because people gonna be able to ask me again, and we gonna be able to do this again. But we can go to Tarseti, and I keep starting there because that's the first cataract, that's Khartoum, that's Egypt, that's where the university is, that's where things got popping. But also the goddess there, the first ruler of Tarseti. Now listen to this. Her name is Tatis. Her name is Tatis. And I did a whole post on the goddess who has a pyramid in Sudan. And they found gold and jewelry at the top of her pyramid. They broke in it. Her jewelry. She got the largest pyramid in Sudan. Listen to me now.
Before you go too deep, there's a few people in the audience say you're simping a little bit, man. Now I'm just letting you know.
Yes, he is, because I asked him a question.
Yeah.
Hold up. They're watching you.
Adam and Eve, brother. Adam and Eve.
I'm the son of mom. I'm the son of mom. Mom's the word. In Revelations, it's the mothership will return. In Genesis chapter 3, it's the woman who gonna crush the head of the snake. In Revelations, it's the woman who returns and battles the beast, the dragon, and defeats the dragon in the wilderness. It's not y'all. Y'all ain't got no strength. Y'all rush.
Are you ever going to answer? Are you ever going to answer my question?
Yeah, I'm at Genesis 1:26 right now, brother. We just having a little fun.
Hold up, man. And the ones that's normally saying simping are the ones that are single, that lives by themselves.
Facts.
The seed of the woman. I thought it said that, brother. Now we're going to pull that scripture up.
Yeah, let's do this though. We have Genesis 1 right now, so we can read all about the woman and the man. So let's go to Genesis 1:26 because we don't want to lose the brother that's on the phone. We want him to graduate to being a woman lover and not a woman hater. So Genesis 1:20.
Brother, hold on. Don't put any false accusations on me, brother. I'm about family. Family first.
Okay, well, we want you to graduate to the matriarchal family and not the patriarchal family.
Yeah. But hold on.
Well, y'all couldn't have said all that when the brother was there and done and it was your turn. You can't stop him because it don't fit you. See, if the shoe don't fit, then stay quiet and then he continue to go. But if it fit, don't stop him because somebody needs to hear it.
Can I ask a question?
I just want to make sure that he knows that he's incorrect about the Revelations thing. It wasn't the woman who defeated the dragon. Actually, the woman was. Hold on, bro. The woman fled from the dragon, and it later on was her seed who came forth, the male child who actually defeats the dragon. So you were incorrect about that. I just want to make sure you know that.
But go ahead.
Hey, bro. My point is. In order to give birth to the child, because the dragon is standing right there waiting to eat the child. Let me talk, bro. How is the child being born? Is the child being chased or the woman being chased? Is the woman coming from heaven with the child pregnant, or is the child coming from heaven with the woman pregnant? Y'all done put the cart before the horse. Y'all putting the child in front of the woman, and the woman is nursing the child and taking care of the child and raising the child and defeating the beast so the child can be strong enough to even take the throne when he get old enough. So I'm going to finish saying what I'm saying, brother, and you're not gonna interrupt me, and I shouldn't have to yell on the show.
Hold on, B.
See how childish y'all are, bro. See how childish you are.
No, just let him finish. No, let him finish. You can agree and all that, but keep your mic closed because it's kind of interrupting him. And yes, my mic gonna be loud, so shut up. It don't even matter. Mute your mic. And at the end of the day, stop being rude to him. Let him finish. You can agree or you can disagree after he finished. Please allow him to
finish. Represents Israel. You know that, right? And the woman symbolizes Israel. The dragon is Satan. The male child is Jesus. The male child is caught up to God, a reference to Christ's ascension after his resurrection. And the woman is able to flee into the wilderness. This is Revelation 12:1-6. Then it says, next, John observes a war in heaven where Michael and Archangel fully cast Satan out of heaven. But I'm just saying, that's what the one.
Yeah, before we get there, JJ, I'm gonna do this Genesis, and then we're gonna go right there because that's my favorite. That's my scripture. So I'm just gonna say that, yeah, you're right, JJ. Let's get there though. Let's get to Revelations and talk about that because it's the reading and interpretation that get out the way. So now I'm at 126, like the brother wanted me to do, and I'm gonna read it, JJ. Listen, JJ, please, JJ. Now you be unbiased. Listen, 126. I'm
not being biased. I'm just going.
No. I asked that you be unbiased.
I mean, I wasn't being biased. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I don't want them to think you agreeing with me. I don't want them to think you disagree with me. I want you to just hear this scripture and tell me what you think between the two of us brothers. Okay, 126. And God said, and the word God is Elohim. We all agree. Elohim is there. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image. Us make man in our image. More than one. This is the plural Elohim. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. And let them, plural, them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So according to Genesis 1:26, man is considered mankind. That's a human being, and is made in the image and after the likeness of the Elohim. And them is man plural too, just like the Elohim. Now, it doesn't say what this kind of them is, but if we say what kind of them human beings are, we would say females and male human beings. That's what the them is, females and males. Because surely God, the Elohim, did not create man in their image, and it was only males. Surely the Elohim knew that man cannot reproduce by himself. But we're going to go on. We're going to read 127 right quick. So God, Elohim, created man in his own image. This is not the plural Elohim. This is the singular Elohim. So Elohim created man in his own image. One person in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. In the image of Elohim created he him. Now look at the word there, him. It doesn't refer to a man. That's just masculine Hebrew, him. That's just the letters H-U-M, him. Like Allahum. So here we go. Male and female created he them. So the them that was in 126 is just like the them in 127. Male and female created he them. So they were created together at the same time. Nobody can show me where Adam was created separate or any other place. We in Genesis 1:26 and 27 where Adam was first mentioned in the first place. So now I would like to ask anybody, show us where Adam is created without the woman at the same exact time. Because in both verses 126, when the plural Elohim made they man in their image and after their likeness, it's a them, male and female. In 127, when the singular Elohim created man in his image and in his likeness, is male and female, created he them at the same time.
Hey, shalom, DJ. Peace, Kareem. Peace to the panel.
Peace,
Can I say something?
Yeah,
speak up.
Yeah. So
speak up.
So what you doing, my brother? Can y'all hear me?
You very low. We can barely hear you, but if they can hear you, go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. So the issue with what I'm saying, what you're doing, you're mixing up a lot of things. Like you're correct when it says that he created Adam. That's basically mankind. That's male and female. But when you're saying that Adam and Eve was created at the same time, that would be false. Because Eve came from the rib of Adam. So we can metaphysically get into what all that means, but if you're going to stay true with the story, you can't say Adam and Eve was created at the same time. Because what you're saying is, the way the Bible is reading it, you can't say mankind and woman was born at the same time, because Adam means mankind, male and female. And another thing that you guys
wait, brother, not to interrupt you. You saying another thing. Let's just deal with one thing at a time, right quick. I promise not to be in your way. When I read Genesis 1:26, and it reads this, and Elohim, God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea. Who is the them?
That would be male and female.
Okay, when I read Genesis 1:27, so God, the singular Elohim, created man in his own image. In the image of God, Elohim, created he him. Male and female created he them. Who is that? Is the them? I'm just asking. Wait, slow down, brother. Slow down, brother. We want clarity, man.
Yeah, go slow with him. Go, cause he likes to go slow and break it down. He don't like to move on. So he's asking you a question.
I'm just asking, my brother. I'm just asking. Male and female created he them. So who is the them right there? Is that who is that?
That would be male and female.
But okay, now
it's saying him. It's not saying him. It's saying them.
No, listen. Let me read it again. Just cause you said that. 27. So Elohim created man in his image, own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Right there is just what you said ain't there. You just said that him ain't there and that he's not saying him and that he's saying them. Now I have it right here for you that he say God created he him. Male and female created he them.
Male and female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where is Eve in that?
Eve would be the female.
No. Eve would be the person that comes from Adam's rib in Genesis 2.
No. Well, I think we I don't want to play no semantic games. So in that way, I'll stand corrected and say the female would be there. We won't play the game of Eve because ain't nobody named Eve in the first place. But now you're trying to play a game because scientifically, science would agree with me that the first being on the planet Earth is mitochondria Eve. That everybody on the planet know that we could trace DNA back to the woman, and that's where everybody was born. Every man here has a navel, meaning he has an umbilical cord, meaning he came from a woman. But outside of that, the verse said him. 127 read him, and it reads male and female created he them.
Right.
So I told you, I said earlier that there was a man made. I told you, listen to me now. I'm about to show you something because you probably don't even have the scriptures open in front of you. And that's probably one of your issues because y'all do that. But I got it open in front of me. So I'm going to read it to you one more time, 127. So Elohim, God created man in his own image. Stop. That's a colon right there, semicolon, image. Stop. In the image of Elohim created he him. Stop right there. Stop right there. He him. See? He him. Now what you should have asked me was, who is him? Who is him? Because there's a colon right there. It stops. Then it reads male and female created he them. You see? Right there. Right there. Male and female. Then that comes next. This is in a sequential order and telling you that something happened and something happened in a sequential order. So we have male and female right there. So that's them. So now in 126, we have a group of beings creating a group of beings because it say, and Elohim said, let us make man in our image after our likeness and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea. So somebody, some man, some woman, them in Genesis 1:26 already been created by a group of beings, and they already gave them dominion over the fish of the sea and over the cattle. And then in 127, later on, here comes another God by himself doing his own thing without the rest of the Elohim. He ain't a part of Genesis 1:26. He say, and God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Now he done made a man in his image. And now he done made them, this man, male and female, created he them. So now this God done, now this God right here has made a man. Let me finish one thing. This God right here has made a man, and now this God has made this man into male and female, created he them. Now that's the God, the singular God right there is the one that's making your Adam and Eve. But I'm showing you that prior to that in Genesis 1:26, there is already a group of beings that's already made a man in their image and after their likeness, and they done already made a man, male and female, and given it dominion over the fish of the sea. Because in 1:28, we can read, and God blessed them, male and female, blessed them, And God said unto them, male and female, unto them. That'll be Adam and Eve, though, bro. Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. See, the word replenish there tells us that they're doing something that already happened. Some people already lived on the planet Earth, and now they replenishing the earth. They doing it again because somebody lived there before. And we could turn to Jeremiah 1-6 and find this out. Okay? Now, replenish the earth. They being commanded to replenish the earth. Multiply, be fruitful and multiply. And I command you to replenish the earth and subdue it. Just like Noah did after the flood and the earth was destroyed, Noah was sent out to replenish the earth. Well, this time when the earth was destroyed, Adam and Eve being told to go out and replenish the earth. So this is not the creation of the world. This is the creation of a new man, because the earth was being destroyed. And this God in Genesis 1:27 is creating a man in his image and in his likeness. And he making it male and female, created he them. And then he going to bless them in 1:28 and say unto them, be fruitful and multiply, replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish. Didn't you just read that in 1:26 and have dominion over the fish of the sea? Why would he do that twice? Why would God tell Adam and Eve to have dominion over the fish of the sea in 1:28 and in 1:26, and over the fowl of the air in 1:26 and 1:28, and over everything living and that moveth upon the earth, creepeth upon the earth? Why would he do that twice? These are two different groups of people. And what y'all gonna have to admit that y'all never read the Bible and somebody told y'all the story and y'all didn't read it for y'allself and y'all didn't analyze it and y'all didn't see that it was two different gods, groups of gods, and two different creations taking place in the Bible, and that there was a woman and people that lived before the Adam and Eve story that comes along later that we're gonna get to, and we ain't even got to where Adam and Eve taken from the rib. We still in Genesis 1:26 and 1:27 where these beings are being created. So stop, bro. Now you could go.
Wait a minute. First of all, I never said that there wasn't anyone here before them. I'm saying that there was something here before them that didn't look like we would call a normal man or a normal woman. What we're talking about is what you're saying about Eve. I'm not saying that there wasn't other beings here before them or prior to them. We know that. They're finding skeletons of them all the time. Big giants. They could have people with 6 fingers, 6 toes. So that wasn't my issue here. That's not what I was talking about. But I understand what that brother was asking you.
Explain it.
But my question was about Eve. Listen, I know that there was other beings here. That wasn't my question to you. And I knew you was going to go there. I know that there was other beings here that didn't even look like, some of those beings actually turned on mankind. So
bro,
there was all kinds of things.
So when you're reading the scriptures, bro, like what you're doing, and you're not
wait, hold up. No, don't interrupt the brother. He was asking a question. I want him to finish. I want him to get it out.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. I'm pulling up a scripture anyway. Go ahead, brother.
So when y'all come on here with the fiery speech and saying I'm wrong and doing all the gish galloping and the book dancing and all of that, and then don't get to the scriptures just to look good, that's not fair. You didn't pull up a scripture. All you did was said I was wrong and said I was doing this and said I mentioned some beings. Now you following me and begging the question and not leading or ruling over your own words. I'm showing you.
Brother,
and I
I'm not, brother. Brother, first of all,
I'm talking now. I gave you a chance to talk. I gave you an opportunity to talk. Now I'm talking. You can talk right after I get done, and I'll be done just so because I know you got something to say. Now, listen, I proved to the people already that in Genesis 1:26 and 1:27, anybody could read it again, despite you ignoring the facts, that the word them is used, and it clearly says male and female is the them. It clearly lets you know that the word man is not talking about a man with a penis only. It's talking about human beings. And when it says them, it clearly says male and female created he them. I already shown that you can't show me that above Genesis 1:26 and 1:27, that's the creation of the earth, the heavens, the light, the ground, the grass, the herbs, trees, everything that came before man. All the whales and everything in the waters. So then by the time we get to 1:26, this is the creation of man. So if you want me to move past that and go to the part where it says what you want to hear about how Eve was taken from Adam's rib. We can do that, but just know that this is 100 million years before that ever happened. What you finna have the people read? Go ahead,
brother. All right, brother. Listen, when you look in 24, and it says, and God said, let the earth bring forth living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing and beast of the earth after his kind, and it was so. Now, did he just create male beasts, or did he create male and female beasts?
Of course, male and female beasts.
So okay then. So in 25, when he created male and female, he wasn't just talking about mankind, he was talking about beasts also, correct?
Absolutely, because he talked.
Okay.
No, he ain't talking about mankind. No. He's not talking about. Hold up. He's not talking about beast in 20. I mean, he's not talking about man in 25. Man is not mentioned in verse 25. He's talking about the beast of the earth.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, brother. I'm saying in 20 and 25, the beast and the cattle and everything, all of those different kind of beasts and everything that was here, were they just all males? Were they all females, or were they male and female?
I just answered that. They were male and female.
Okay then. Now
but they were not men and women. They were not men and women. They were male and female.
Okay, right. But male and female was here, correct?
Yeah, bro, you saying the same thing I've been saying. Yes.
Okay. So now where is Eve?
Eve is gonna be coming up in Genesis 1:26 after 25.
Exactly.
That'll be the female.
After the man, right? After the man.
No, bro, come on, bro. I'm not finna do that now. If you can't be serious and intellectually genuine, no, I'm talking, bro. I'm talking. I'm not gonna sit up here and answer a bunch of questions that's not even going to fair. We're gonna read Genesis.
Now, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute, Babylon. Now, you chose to put yourself on this hot seat.
I'm happy to be here, JJ.
Coming. You're gonna have to deal with it, or you just gonna have to tap out.
Okay.
No, he answering the questions. He is answering every question, but they it's going over their head. I hear what he's saying clearly, but what he want to do is forget all that and go back and say Eve. What he's saying is women. So if you want to say, women is not considered as Eve, then yeah, he already said he could take that. But the fact that he said women was created before Adam.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. First of all, that's not what I'm saying.
Because this is what he's saying, though.
That's
okay,
what
that's
I'm
right.
saying, bro. What he's saying, that's smooth right there. Like she just said, we know I'm saying that.
Right.
You ain't
right. But when you're saying that. When you're saying that he created male and female and he created he, them, are we talking about the actual ability to be able to reproduce male and female? Are we talking about the actual organs? Or are we talking about, was it male and female, men and women running around here?
We talking about a man and a woman. A human
We're
being.
not talking about anything. The man read the scriptures and asked you what you think about it, and y'all didn't even listen to that. And you sitting there talking about what we talking about. He asked you what is it talking about in the first Genesis. Did he not? And he kept saying, slow it down, and trying to make y'all understand that it was talking about male and female. So y'all going all over that and trying to just make some other point.
Okay, let's refocus this, Saran. This is what
hey, brother, with this phone right here, can you just speak up? Can you please speak up?
So I had to turn it down just now because Saran was kind of loud. So this is what I'm saying. The Bible says, right? The Bible says male and female was created at the same time, but the process that created Eve came from man. So therefore, you cannot say Eve was created along with man because she was not. There is in the Bible, you see, it is true. Male and female did exist together, and they were created at the same time. But
And I
what a
agree with
lot of
that.
people do, and you might be, you say you knew Wapian, so you guys kind of go to the furthest extreme on the spectrum. But you can even make the argument that the people, when he mentions he created male and female, it can be some type of androgynous situation going on. But
Nah, don't know. Hey, you ain't heard
but
me say
there's
that. You ain't
there's
see that in the scriptures.
Well, hold on, real quick. But he gave you the option to break it down and say what it was numerous of times. So now it's all good. Say what you think. Go ahead.
The earth itself is female. The earth itself is female when a seed is planted in it.
Show
in our likeness. In our likeness.
That's right.
So I'm a
The tree is looking like us and all that.
Yeah, the moon is female. The sun is female. The sun gave birth to all the planets. The sky is female. The sky holds everything in it. The universe is female. Everything is inside of the universe. Wisdom is female. It's the woman. The crystal city that the Most High travels in is a female. It's a she. It's a her. It's a mothership. Joshua came from a woman. I came from a woman. Y'all the only ones want to dominate y'all mothers.
But who controls?
But we about to get to it though. We about to get to it. But hold up, bro. We can't talk together. Now you can have your shot. You can have it. But let me go ahead and clear up Genesis. Go ahead, brother. What's your question? See, you so low, bro, till I can hardly hear you. But go ahead. Ask your question.
Who I'm saying, see, like.
No, ask a question, bro. Get it straight. Ask a question, please.
Your matriarchy concept, like it, when you're looking for the perfect system, it fails. A matriarchal system fails. When you look
okay,
at
bro, that's your opinion. That's not a fact. We can't go look that up. That's subjective. It's not objective. It's biased, not unbiased. Can you please state a fact or ask a question?
I'm gonna give you firm evidence, and this is why I say, like, I be listening to you guys' paradigm, but it don't add up. Like you.
No, it's not you guys' paradigm. This is me you're talking to.
This is why you can't have a dialogue with them, because this is why you be listening to them, and then it don't add up to you. So you come in here and just be, rah instead of trying to understand. But it's all good. Go ahead.
So when you look at it, my brother, any matriarch, like if you want to look at nature, because a lot of
people. Bro, do you understand what a question is? You said you had a question. You're giving us a point, a worldview.
Ask for a fact why a matriarchal system doesn't work in the world we live in. That's what and you ask for facts, and I'm about to give you a fact, but you keep interrupting me. And then I'm proceeding to say why you brothers like to say these things, but you mixing up paradigms. You brothers say you watch nature, you observe nature, that's y'all God, and that's who created all types of things. Okay, so when you're looking at nature, there is
no brother, wait, before you move on, can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? Can we talk like human beings? I'm just asking. When you talk to me as a singular deity, and I'll do the same with you. I'm not a group of people. I don't represent a whole bunch of people out there. I'm not going to have you get on here and tell me about what all these people think. And I'm right here. Let's talk about what I think and what you think, and we could get somewhere. But to throw it off on a whole nother organization and say what you heard, and then we just wound up doing that. I'm not doing that to this Shadow Hour. I'm going to get to the business with the people and teach. So now you need to ask me a question or let me rock on.
No, I just want to make a statement and explain something to you, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
So when you say the matriarchal system is the system that, besides the fact that Africans live by, which is false, because if that was the case, a lot of the I ain't gonna say a lot of the Egyptian pharaoh queens, because it was only like 3 of them, they had to disguise themselves as men. But nonetheless, since you brothers, since you like to look at nature and observe nature, you saying we should live at a matriarchal system, it fails even by looking at nature. So there is no system of animal species, apex predators, because that's the type of society we live in. There is no apex predator where you see the woman ruling, except for the hyena clan. Now,
may I ask you a question right quick, brother? May I interject?
I'm just gonna land in 10 seconds. I'm gonna land in 10 seconds. You can be a hyena.
Hold on, Babylon. If you're in the hot seat, you gotta let that man finish his point and then ask his question. It's gonna be just calm down, man. It's gonna be, they're not here to beat you up. Just trying to break you in a little bit. It's gonna be okay.
Okay, JJ, I'm gonna calm down. You're right.
So when you go to speaking of nature and observing nature, and you making a statement as if you're in a patriarchal system, they had that in nature, but look at the animals that they had it. A hyena. So you want to live a hyena's life as a man? I mean, the woman is physically bigger than a male hyena. So, even that's out of your natural existence. So that's why we as Israel, we look at ourselves as lions. We don't got stoves in the jungle, so the woman got to go catch the food, bring it to us, and let us get us first. Then they get there, So that's how you gotta observe nature and apply it to your life.
I agree, brother.
And with that, I'm just gonna fall back, my brother, and it's just
Okay, so you have no question for him?
Yeah, this ain't no teaching moment. This is questions. He's on the hot seat, so you got to ask him questions. Okay? So at the end of the day, I appreciate, can everybody mute? Okay. Everybody mute when I talk. Everybody mute when I talk. Everybody mute when I talk so people can hear me clearly. Yeah, so this ain't no teaching moment. This is the hot seat. I'm pretty sure, y'all have a lot to teach, and I'm welcome anytime that you want to set something up and you want to do a lesson. So you're more than welcome. At this moment, it's just questions. Thank you.
At Babylon Don, I got a question for you.
Okay, brother.
Did you see Strong?
Hey, brother, wait 1 second. Let me respond to something. I heard you say you got a question, and that's the person that's talking next, the person that just said they got a question. But I have to respond to the brother that just left. We can't rock out like that and not take care of business. Let me just respond to that. Okay? The response I want to give is, I want to be clear with the people out there that in Genesis 1:23, we're going to start right there. That's important. And the evening and the morning were the first day. That's what the scripture reads. Genesis 1:23. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. Okay? So now, that's the fifth day. Now, in 1:24, it reads, and Elohim said. Now, it doesn't distinguish whether this is Elohim singular or Elohim plural, but it just says Elohim. Now, the word Elohim by itself is both plural and singular. But let's move on. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind. Do you see the word his kind? That just means masculine in language, though, not in life. It's just like saying every man for himself, but you're including woman. When you say one small step for mankind, that's for man and woman. That it's not saying like a giant step for all males. No, it said mankind or man or men. All men are created equal. Do you think that when it reads all men are created equal, that is this including women? This is what's got the world messed up, man. Y'all, this is that Masonic, that male dominant, trying to breed it into the language as if when you say the male masculine noun or pronoun or verb of a word, then that's supposed to mean man is dominant. In the animal kingdom, the woman is, like I said, the leader and not the ruler. I'm going to say it again. She is the leader, not the ruler. Of course, the male is the ruler or called the king of the lion. Yes, he is the king of the lion's den. And she is the queen of the lion's den. Without her choice in choosing him, he could not be the king of the lion's den. anyone she chooses will become the king of the lion's den. And he can't make it no other way. Now, in Genesis 1:24, it says his kind. So it's referring to males and female when it refers to his cattle and creeping thing and beasts of the earth after his kind. That's male and female, his kind. And it was so. So all things were there. And then in 125, and Elohim. Now this is where we get the distinction. But I mean, wait, hold up, not yet. In 125, and Elohim made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind. There we go with the word there. So that's more than males. And everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. 25 said everything was good. Now, for the first time, there'll ever be a man or a woman mentioned, because the other brother tried to imply, like in Genesis 25, that there was some man there. No man, just male and female animals. Now, this is why it's important that we call this female right here Eve. Watch this, 126. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. That's 126. That's a group of beings called the Elohim that said, let us. That's how we know it's a group of beings. Ain't no argument. And Elohim said, and God said, so God is a plural right there. And the gods said, and these gods said, let us make man. Let us, all of us, make man in our image, after our likeness, that look like us and act like us. And let them, not one man, not no man, but let them, male and female, have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air. So now we have to admit one other thing, that the gods are males and females, because it ain't no way for the gods to say, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl, and be talking about one man alone or even males alone. They got to have females there and have female images there and female likenesses there in order to create man in their image. These gods got to have women there. How can it be a us? You meaning to tell me that it's a bunch of dudes giving birth to males and females? That sound kind of creepy.
Hey, Salakia, real quick, Babylon, real quick. Kareem, can you put the link in the chat real quick for somebody else want to jump on? And Jeremiah David Ben Yakina has a question.
Don't forget, I'm going to put him on the hot seat.
Yeah, you're going to put me on the hot seat. JJ, the other brother was first. I told him he could go right after me. But JJ, one last thing. 126.
Listen, Babylon down. Listen, can you go? If you're on the hot seat, can you shorten up your answer? Hot seat is like rapid fire. Bam, they keep
okay. But listen, no, JJ, it's not like that on my hot seat. No, I don't want my hot seat to be that. Well, I want people to really learn
just a little bit. That's all right.
I promise I will, JJ. You know I will. But listen, JJ, I just want to say this to the public, that y'all listen. What I'm doing and working on clearing up in the people's mind is breaking a spell. I'm looking at breaking a hypnotic spell. I'm looking at waking people up from sleep, then raising them from the dead. We doing all of that by doing this. So when they ask a question, those ain't easy questions to answer. Those deep questions to answer. So y'all be patient with me a little bit, because I'm trying to get it clear in the people mind, young people mind, that it's more than one God, and that God gotta be male and female to have beings in his image and in his likeness, and they image and after their likeness.
Yeah, and this ain't shot. Hold on, this ain't Sean Edit, first of all, show. So we trying to get a brother enough time to really break this information out, because we're not trying to just fly past of it and then go ask another question, you know, trying to find something that you can I hire him on. No, really listen to what he's trying to teach, because that's the reason why he wanted to answer all the questions, and he wanted to really answer them without, you know what I mean, how other people do it, you know, on the hot seat where you can't even really answer the question because people are trying to brush another question and on some rude stuff.
Okay.
Right.
Well, blah, blah, blah. Just say you're going to answer a question. Don't call it a hot seat then.
Right, it's not a hot seat.
Yeah,
JJ.
No.
It's still a hot seat, but
yeah, I know you his manager or whatever. It's all good.
And yeah, because I'm the one that called it a hot seat, but I ain't call it a disrespectful seat.
Okay, you get it. I mean, please.
I get that. Can I just say this? Yeah, because when everyone else is done with their questions, I got some things for him to get back to the York situation. Okay, all right. Is that all right, my brother Babylon?
Yeah, every question in the world is fair to me. Everything about Dr. York, I'm ready. I'm with you.
I just forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
So,
JJ, you was about to introduce another brother, and you was about to keep me on the hot seat.
All right. Well, don't call it the hot seat. We just call you ask the questions. But I'm just saying,
JJ, keep me on the hot seat, JJ. Let it be the flaming seat, JJ.
Yeah, but he didn't name it. That's the whole point. He said ask questions. I named it the hot seat. But you know how I am. I'm protecting anybody that come up in here. Period. And you're going to respect them when you do come up in here.
I'm not going in on them. I'm just, come on.
I'm talking about everybody else, period, point blank. I'm just saying, be respectful. And the way people are asking questions is being rude. So how can you sit there and say he's on the hot seat when they being rude? It's a difference.
Go ahead, you got it. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm finna.
Hey, JJ,
I'm gonna go ahead behind the scenes and do what the hell I do, man. That's why I retired, man. Y'all got this.
JJ, but who got
answer the questions? We ain't trying to be here all day.
Yeah. Who got a question? So, cause I got more answers. I just want to make sure that we clear on Jimmy. Okay, go ahead, brother.
I agree with that. What you say when we were talking about the Adam and Eve thing. I actually believe it was more than just one male and female. But my thing is, I've listened to Dr. York for a long time, so I want to know, is this your teaching or Dr. York? Because from when I heard Dr. York speaking on the Adam and Eve, he was saying Adam and Eve was like Adam was like a tribe rather than like one person, right? And then my second question I got, can you just explain to the people how he had different classes? See, because a lot of people don't understand that how he was teaching Christianity here, and then Islam, and then the Wapian, then Native American history. Like he was doing all these different classes to get you up to one certain class. So can you just talk to the people about that too?
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Well, okay, so now, bro, you said that you believe it was people on the planet before Adam and Eve.
No. I say I believe it was more than one person, more than one male and female created, because, like I asked people, I'm gonna explain real quick in like 1 minute, because
you ain't in no rush. Go ahead.
Because people talk about the mitochondrial X and then the chromosome Y, right? So when you put the X and Y together, right, it only makes what, a boy. So the X and X would make them female. So I always ask, how did the X and X, how did the female come into? So it had to be more than just one male and one female. And then this in Hebrew right here in this verse, it says 127 Genesis. I'm breaking it down from the Hebrew to the English. It says, man, God, and created an image in his own image. See, a lot of people say that God created man in his image, but in this part, it says he created man in his own image. Okay, male, them, it says male, them, he created of God. Them, he created, and female. So to me, it's saying that it was more than just one. But what I'm saying is Dr. York have taught that Adam was a tribe, from what I heard him say, but maybe he changed it later on or updated. But I remember him saying that Adam was like a tribe and Eve was like a tribe of people. So I was saying, when you was the way you are teaching, is that Dr. York, the Nawapian teaching, or that just yourself?
Okay, now you ready for me to answer?
Yes.
Okay, now I don't have a teaching for myself. I do what Dr. York do. I teach the facts and the truth. We just read the scriptures, so we don't have to believe a thing. We know exactly what the scripture just read. It's not up to interpretation or up to belief or opinions or anything like that, or it's not subjective. It's there. It's clear that male and female created he, them. That's 127. Them is in 126. Male and female, all the while. And that's taking place before what you're gonna ask, what you asking me for later. Now, in reference to Dr. York teaching that Adam is a tribe, understand that when we just read Genesis 1, I was saying the same thing, that that's a tribe of people, that's a group of people, that's human beings, that's not a man, a singular man. I've been saying that the whole while. I don't see how.
That's my bad for for not hearing that part.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Okay, wait, but listen, when it says in 126, and God said, let us make man. Let's be clear. The word man there is human beings. Now let's read it. And Elohim said, let us make Adamu. Adamu. The U is a plural, just like the Eem in Elohim is plural. Adamu, Adamim. Let us make man in our image. Selim, after our likeness. Mecca. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea. So we know man is male and female. That's why I don't understand why everybody got some twisted way of saying it when it's right there, or gotta have a belief. I'm done. That's all I wanted to clear up. Just know that it's right there. We don't need nothing else, because now I want to move on to Genesis chapter 2. That's where I want to move to. So
can you answer the second question I gave you?
What's the second question?
It was just to break down to different classes that he had, because a lot of people got confused that I talked to that don't really know Dr. York, and that
Yeah, I mean, Dr. York said clearly in the books, and I got some of them right here, and I may cross over that word if I get to it. And later on, I'm gonna be on this show on a regular. I pray so. So I'm ready. So, but and I'm not representing Nuwapians right now. Let y'all know that before I answer this question. I'm not defending Dr. York. He wrote his own books. He his own God. He did his own thing. I'm not a representative or a spokesperson. I'm just answering questions because I grew up there. He's my spiritual guide and teacher, you know, and stuff like that. And you know, just okay. So now, regarding the people. Now, brother, ask your question one more time. Ask it one more time so I can make sure I answer right. The classes. Yeah, regarding the classes. When Dr. York stated in his own books that he came forth to teach, to give people what they want. I came giving you what you want, so you would learn to want what I have to give. I came giving you what you want. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Egyptology. I came giving you what you wanted, so you would learn to want what I truly have to give. So now, that's called, I'm going to take you through some schools. And these are going to be the schools, because this is what you're going to have to master. Nobody has ever done this for y'all before. So this is what I'm going to do, Dr. York. I'm going to take you through the school of Islam, and I'm going to teach you about the Arabic language, and you're going to know everything you need to know in order to battle Islam if it ever come your way. As a religion, you could defend it. I mean, as a way of life, you can defend it. And as a religion, you will be able to destroy it. The same thing with Christianity and Judaism and Egypt, Sumer, and everywhere else. You're going to know about every single culture, Masonry, everything I know. I'm going to give it to you. And through that, through your own research, don't believe me. This is what Dr. York said. Don't believe me, Go and check it out for yourself. And that right there gives you the extra information because you're the student of a master. And if you take everything the master showed you, plus what you know now, you greater than the master. Now you should have mastery of his information as well as new information. Remember, people say all the time, last thing I'm gonna say, oh, ain't nothing new under the sun. And right there in the scripture, it say, behold, I make all things new, a new heaven and a new earth. For the former things shall pass away, they shall not be remembered. Remember, it's always new things coming into being. So no, I'm not teaching my own thing. I'm just showing you what Dr. York told us to go check out for ourselves. And when I went and checked it out for myself, and I looked at Genesis 1, I saw that it was more than one group of beings, just like he told me, Elohim. And it was more than one being created. And I saw that a group of beings made one man, and I saw in Genesis 1:26, and I saw in Genesis 1:27, one man, one God making a group of beings. And I knew they were separate beings. And when I saw them having to replenish the earth, I knew that they was redoing something. The word replenish means to do over. So I know they wasn't the first ones. So I knew they were the next group of beings. And then when I get to Genesis 2, because that's after 1:27, it reads this. Now listen. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. Genesis 2:2. And on the seventh day, God, Elohim, ended his work on the seventh day, the Sabbath, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work, which he had made. Genesis 2:3. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, the Sabbath, and sanctified it, made it holy, because that in it he had rested. That's the same word for Noah named too, rested, from all his work, which Elohim created and made. See the word created and made? Created and made. Genesis chapter 2, verse 4. This is the one I want to get to right here. These are the generations. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth. So these are beings that's in the heavens, that's being created, these beings that's coming from the heavens and of the earth. So it's a creation and a making. Somebody created beings and then somebody made beings. And then it says, these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created in the day that the Yahuwah Elohim. See, that's where the first time you get the word Yahuwah Elohim, that the Yahuwah Elohim made the earth and the heavens. See, it doesn't say that all of them did it right there. It tells you that the Yahuwah Elohim made the heavens and the earth. Genesis 4. But our point was to show that it's beings in the heavens. These are the generations. When you say generations, that means something being born, something being generated. Genesis, the genes of Isis. These beings are being born by the shift. Genesis, creation, the head of creation. Revelation 3:14. Go ahead. Anybody with any other questions?
Thank you for the answer.
Yeah, but if you got anything else, Aki, please ask it. Don't leave here without asking your question, because I want to answer anything you got.
I have some on Dr. York. Now I've heard the sayings of why they locked him up.
Muted. Y'all couldn't hear me. I've been trying.
Okay, you can go.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in. I haven't shared a word. I've been sitting here quite a while. Last 5 minutes, I've been trying to get in. It's very interesting what Babylon is teaching. I didn't know it came from that. It was Dr. York that taught it. I really don't know much about his teachings, other than he says he's from another planet and he's thousands of years old. So when I look at Genesis 1 and increasing, first of all, there is no word Elohim in Hebrew. The word is Elohim or Allah. One is singular and the other one is plural. And the translation of those words is God and gods. Allah, God or power, or Elohim, Elohim, gods or powers. It's true in Genesis. It starts out Bereshit bara Elohim wa'et Hashemayim na'et Hashemayim wa'et Haaretz. In beginning created the Elohim. The Et is the complete total alphabet. The Alapatha, the heavens, the Hashemayim, Waheret, and the earth. And then it tells the condition that the earth became. Not the way it was created.
You got a question? Okay.
I'm leaning to it as soon as I get to 126. From that point, it goes to verse 3. God speaks into creation light. And after that, he continued to speak into creation the things that he created, not physically with his hands, but things he created with his word. And we know who the word is. And in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. And the word took on flesh, and we behold his glory and his light, the light of men. We know about the manifestation of the word, and it goes on and it says on the fourth day, he created the sun, the moon, and the stars by speaking them into existence. He created the grass, the world, the wells, the seas, by speaking them into creation. Then he created the beasts of the field, the animals, by speaking them in creation. And it came to man, and the Elohim said, let us make man in our image and in our likeness, after our kind. And it was so. He spoke them into condition, into creation. And then number 2, where he's at now, so we see man was spoken also into creation. And then we see in chapter 2, which should start at verse 4. Everybody knows verse 4 is the real start of chapter 2. And it actually ends, chapter 1 ends at verse 3, and it begins now at verse 2. These are the generations of the heavens and earth as the Most High created. And it talks about Yahuwah, our power, singular, or Yahweh, our power. The Lord, Yahweh, our power. The Lord God. And it goes down and it says that he created man. How? From the dust of the earth, he scooped the ground from the earth, and he formed the man with his hands.
Hey, stop, Apostle. Listen, brother. Now, if you're gonna ask a question, bro, I would greatly like it right now, because you done ran down basically some of the stuff I done read, mixing it up with what you think. And that wouldn't be fair for you to keep going on like that, and I don't agree with what you're saying. So I'm asking you to ask your question.
Okay.
Now, if you ain't gonna ask the question, I'm not gonna let you keep going on. Just ask me the question now, brother.
I'm getting to it.
No, it ain't no teaching. I said that earlier. I don't know if you heard that or not. There's no teaching. There's a question, and he's gonna answer the question. That's it. Okay.
Right. Okay.
And I'm not gonna listen to that jargon, man. That's not fair. That's going counter my teachings. I'm not gonna let you counter my teachings and then not say nothing. No, it does not read none of the stuff you said. I'm talking right now. Let me
ask the question.
It's my show. I want to talk right now. I got something to say. You can ask your question right after I get finished. I allowed you to talk and I was fair. And let me get this out to my audience because you said a lot and I got something to clear up with them, not with you. So now, thus the heavens, when I read Genesis 1:26, I was clear again with my people that the Elohim there is singular. There is a word Elohim. If you say the word Elohim and you say the word Elohim, say it to yourself, audience, and you'll see that the letter A and E start from the same place in your heart, in your throat, in your mouth. A and E. You make the same thing with your mouth, the same thing with your lungs and everything. Make the same sound. So it wasn't no vowels in Hebrew. So when a person comes on and say there is no Elohim, it was Allahumma or Allahim, they just speak in Yiddish and gibberish, pseudo babble, because there is no vowels in Hebrew. So those vowels are being added between the letters. And I thank them for calling or pronouncing the name of Yahweh, because the name of Eve is Hawa. So every time they say the Yahweh's name, they say, oh, great one Eve, oh, existence, my mother, oh, Yahweh, Eve, because that's her name, Hawa, Eve, because the W is a V. They changed it to a V. So when they say EVE, they saying Hawa, EVE, AWA, Hawa. So that's her name. So Yahweh is her name. So that is the name of the Most High. So go ahead, Apostle, ask your question.
All right. In verse 26, is God speaking man into existence, or is God forming man into existence?
Boom.
Okay. We're going to go back to that because I was already another scripture. I was at Genesis 2, but we're going back to Genesis 1 because we're going to read it. We're gonna read it. We're not gonna make it up. We're not gonna add in nothing. We're gonna read it. We're not gonna say he formed it with his hands and all that ain't in there. Let's go. Genesis 1. Genesis 1. This the first scripture of the whole book, y'all. It's called Genesis. Gene-isis. That's not a coincidence. I'm not making something up. The first word there in the beginning is bar-isis. Don't believe me, look it up. The very first word in the Bible is Barashif, Bar-isis. That's her name, Genesis. This is her name. This is her book. Let's keep going though. In the beginning, Elohim. In the beginning, Bar-isis, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. Now, Bar means son. So you do get Heru in there. The Bar-isis, the Barashif, the creation, the Bar is the sun, and the Reshit, head, the head of creation, Genesis 3:14, pi, the number pi. But in the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. Verse 2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. That's our first hint right there where it's happening, y'all. That's the answer to Apostle's question. And the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. So it wasn't speech. It said in the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. Now, later on in John, we can read in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. But we're talking about in Genesis, in the Torah, not in the New Testament or what they call, the rest of the scripture. We here in Genesis. And what Apostle was arguing was it spoken or was it molded with the hand or formed? And we just read in Genesis 2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So this is not creation. All these things already exist, and the earth was without form. So the earth already existed, just without form, and it was void. So nothing was there, and darkness. It was dark was upon the face of the deep, and it had depth to it. It had length, width, height, and shape. It had size, form. It was a round earth. It was deep, the waters. And the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. So this being has come into a situation where he is about to make manifest in Genesis 3, and Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Now that was spoken because Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Elohim saw the light. So this Elohim saw light. So he has eyes, literally, and Elohim saw the light, that it was good. So prior to that, it was just darkness. So darkness predates the light. And existence, let me finish. And existence predates creation. So existence predates creation. That's the word for Yahuwah. The word means existence. Oh, who is who he is. And no one knows who he is save himself. That's the name of the word Yahuwah. So now you know the word, what the word Yahuwah means. It means existence. And to exist predates creation, because you have to exist first in order to create anything. But as of yet,
so you're saying that the gender existed, but Eve didn't exist yet.
No, I ain't even gotten to Eve them. I haven't gotten to Eve them. You're not going to interrupt me. I'm still in Genesis 1, 2, and 3.
That's what I said 20 minutes ago.
I'm still in Genesis 1, 2, and 3, brother.
Ridiculous.
And we haven't gotten to Eve them yet, because that's way after in Genesis 2. We still talking about the generations of the heavens that existed prior to Genesis 2 and prior to Eve and Adam. We talking about these beings in Genesis 1, where these gods are doing the creation. And Apostle asked the question, so let me finish, because we talking about a deep thing. We talking about creation and existence. And I read in Genesis 1, in the beginning, in the Barashith, in the procreation period. During the procreation period, Elohim created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void. We already discussed that. So things existed, and the spirit moved upon the face of the waters. And right now, they talking about in science, they found a new atom called a muon, not the muon you know as a thing. It's called a muonine or something like that. And it's a muon atom. And they saying something that I already told people is pre-hydrogen. That's what they didn't call it. It's pre-hydrogen. And it acts just like water, and it interacts. So they finding out that the whole space is water. But let's move on. Genesis 3, 1, 3. And Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So now that's spoken into existence, the light. That's what's important, because Yahshua say, "I am the truth, the way, and the light." He the light of life, and the light is being spoken, and he says he the word. And see, this gives us knowledge that Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good, and Elohim divided the light, did the mathematics, divided the light from the darkness. And 5, Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So now you can't say it's 12 hours in a day, and you can say it's 12 hours in a day and 12 hours in a night, but you can't say it's 24 hours in a day, because you would be going wrong, because Yahuwah made it 12 hours of light and 12 hours of night, shadow. And in the evening and the morning were the first day. And the evening, the darkness came before the morning light. The evening again came before the morning light. It was the evening and the morning were the first day. And that's all throughout the scriptures every day. And Elohim in 1:6 says, and Elohim said, "Let there be a firmament," right? A firmament. Don't let nobody interpret that for us. Let there be a firmament, a firm place, a firmament, a firm place in the midst of the waters. Like something to stand on, some firm thing to stand on in the midst of the waters, because you can't just stand on the water, you'll sink. So let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. So a set of waters got divided. Waters above and waters below. And Elohim made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. So it's water below you and water above you. And that's what happened during Noah's flood. The waters from the depths came up. And that's how it was a flood over the earth. Not just no rain. It say it's water above you and water beneath the earth. So the waters of the depths came up in the book of Noah. So let's keep going. In Genesis 1:8, it reads, "And Elohim called the firmament heaven." Shemayim, the heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said, and it doesn't make a distinction whether it's one being or many beings, but we know it's many beings. Watch. And Elohim said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together under one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. So now this is the first time land appeared. That word there is ground, eretz. Like they say ha-eretz in Israel, eretz, the ground, the land, the ground, eretz, the land. And Elohim called the dry land earth, right? He called it earth. So now the land is called earth. That's not the name of the planet. That's the name of the land. The land is called earth. The planet ain't got no name in here. And the gathering together of the waters called the seas. So the waters together was called the seas, and the land was called earth. And Elohim saw that it was good. Right? 11. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. So it's important to eat seeds that produce after themselves. We know that. And that's the same thing going to apply to man. 112. And the earth brought forth grass, the herb yielding seed, his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw it was good. So these things are coming into fruition and growing into fruition. You don't see Elohim speaking nothing or doing nothing. All this just happening because it's already been spoken. It was already done in the spirit. And the evening and the morning were the third day in 114. And Elohim said, there be lights in the firmament of the heaven. There go the lights to divide the day from the night. And let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years.
Apostle dropped off, so you would want to direct it to somebody else. And that's the thing, you know what I mean? Y'all want to, ask him the question, but you don't want to let him answer it. And then when he, decide to break it down and, really go through it, you talking about he teaching. But the thing of the matter is, if you really trying to learn, then of course you trying to be taught something. So if you're not, and you just want to come over here and find a way to just, trap them up, then this is not for you. Okay? So at the end of the day, if you're going to come over here and break down scriptures like Apostle did, this is why he's breaking down scriptures. And going over with Apostle. And it's probably going over people's head why he's going so long and going into all this information. But carry on.
Okay, so I'm done though. Apostle know he got the business, and y'all, I'm sorry for going on long, being daddy long wind as they call people. But I'm telling you, if you listen to this later, if you let your children listen to this later, they'll actually know the scriptures. They'll actually know what's going on. I went fast, but I told y'all what's happening in these scriptures, and it's not what they telling y'all. They watching YouTube and everything. And overlaying that like all this shaping with the hands that ain't in there. I showed y'all that. We didn't mention hands. All that fake creation. We showed that this in Genesis 1, starting at the beginning, is walking in the water and earth already there without form. It's just without form. Ain't no creation going on. What are they talking about? And then science says what? Matter cannot be created or destroyed. Even science tell you that. So the Bible gonna go with that. And they going against the Bible and science. That's what I call the double reverse psych ops. They done fooled themselves. That's what I'm telling y'all. It's a double reverse psych op MK Ultra program going on in the world, and people ain't woke enough. They want everything to be in a commercial bite-sized bit so that they can receive it and move on to some other silly thing that they can imagine. And that ain't what we're gonna do. We're gonna make you know the truth so you will be responsible for yourselves and stop blaming other people. These scriptures are easy to read, though anybody can read them. But anybody on the line got a question?
Yeah, I got some more.
I'm pretty sure that the guy Honest Stepper got a question. Then we come back to you or Benny, because I did cut him off. So
go, Honest Stepper, please, brother. And I promise I won't be long. Whoever go. Well, go ahead, other brother, while he get himself together.
Benny.
Yeah, I'm here. You ready, brother?
Go ahead.
All right. 127. Genesis 127. First of all, Apostle was just saying everything that I was saying to you 20 minutes ago. About
no, let's not do that.
Hold. Let me just say something. Let me say. I'm going to ask you the question, brother. I'm going to ask you the question.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying to you is you said a lot of things, and I'm saying I agree with you on one thing that you did say, that everything was here. It's like having all the groceries for the meal. But having the groceries and then cooking up the meal is two different things, and that's where Eve comes in. And then even in 127. When you look at that word man and you look it up in the Strongs, it tells you that the them are the man and animals.
Okay, brother, can you explain to me when you say that's where Eve comes in? No, I'm not going to do that. We're going to talk like men. We brothers. Can you explain to me, brother, what you mean by that's where Eve comes in?
What I'm saying to you is that when he spoke things into existence, everything was here. The gene, the genders, the animals, the water, the land, all that scientific things that you're talking about, it was already here in order to form and to create and to get the job done of that spirit that you was talking about. But
okay,
still,
tell me what you don't agree with. Go ahead. Answer my question.
What I'm saying to you in particular is that when you're saying that there was other beings here prior to them, I'm saying I agree to you. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that's a mankind that we may not be familiar with. They could have had, like I was telling you earlier, they could have had 6 fingers, 6 toes. They could have been 15 feet tall. They could have looked like Goliath. They could have been 6 feet wide. We see evidence of it everywhere, even at the walls of Patra.
Okay, brother. Wait, slow down. I'm just going to interject. I'm going to interject. We're going to have a conversation.
Brother.
No, we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to say this. Brother, listen, the whole thing about they could have had 15 feet. They could have been 15 feet wide. They could have had noses big as house. All of that coulda, woulda, shoulda is not in here. That's your own belief in YouTube conjecture and dreams and stuff. That's not in here. We know what men and women look like. I'm not going down.
Brother. We having a conversation, right?
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Your turn.
Okay. The walls of Patra, they got doors that's 20 feet high and 15 feet wide.
I know. I saw it on YouTube.
I mean, I'm just saying it's historical evidence.
No, it's a fact. It's a fact. I know. I saw it like you on YouTube. Let's go.
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is even when you looking at 127 and you look at that word Zakar, male and female created he them.
Yeah.
It's man and animals. So that's what I was trying to tell you previously, that yes, he spoke things in.
Go ahead. Brother, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I just said no. Go ahead.
Okay. He spoke a lot of things into existence. And I believe when he did it, he spoke everything into what is needed to be able to even form man. Even what our body is made up of. I heard you even say it the other day. I know we're made up of water. We got all types of things in our body. That we're made up of the same things that are in our circumference. But in order to form Eve, which is what my original question was to you.
Yeah.
And saying that she was created at the same time is not true. Adam was here first. Adam was here first.
Okay, my brother. Let me
their genders were here, and so were the genders here for those animals also. But she was not formed until after Adam was created.
Okay, brother. Can I say it again for you? No,
and they
no, no.
called her, and
I'm
they called
asking, I'm
her.
only
And
asking.
hold on,
I'm
listen,
only
listen,
asking, being
listen.
polite, brother.
Okay, brother,
I
hold on.
told
Let
you
me
we're
just say
gonna have a
this.
conversation, and you're
Okay,
not
so
gonna
let me
overtalk me
so
on my own
let me
show.
finish.
You're not.
Let
No,
me,
you're not gonna let you do nothing
No, you're
because I'm
not.
already
No,
asking
and
you.
you basically asking the same question that he's long-winded and keep explaining and going over and more in details over it, and then y'all got a problem saying it's a hot seat. But at the end of the day, for some reason, y'all asking the same question and you going over the same thing. You supposed to ask different questions. You don't like the answer, you want to answer it in different ways, and that don't make sense. Because any other place that you go on, shine out anywhere, you wouldn't have the opportunity to continue to badger him with the same fucking question in different many ways. That's what I mean by being disrespectful. You ain't listening. Nobody listening. Ask a question. It seems like before somebody asks a question, they have to teach some shit. You can't just ask a question. Like you trying to make it fit your narrative and then put the question out there. Ask the question. It's that simple.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, I just want to ask about
Oh,
Dr.
wait. If you're gonna be a different brother, then let me finish answering the question.
Okay.
Then you could go. I'm gonna be quick. The brother was talking about the brother that was previously on. He was talking about Genesis 1:27. Now, mind you, I want y'all to just be clear on this, that we have still yet to get to even the scripture he talking about where this woman Eve is taken from Adam's rib. We haven't even got to that part yet. And that's what I want to make clear, that that's so far down the line from where we are now. And they want y'all to believe that when we read that happens way later, way after the creation and everything that's happening that I'm showing y'all now in Genesis 1, they want to skip over all of these beings that lived on the planet Earth. In Genesis 1:26, it's a group of beings, Elohim, that come down and they make a man in their image and after their likeness. And they make these beings and they give them dominion of the fish of the sea, fowl of the air, and over everything on earth. We already said that. So that's a group of beings doing that. But then in 1:27, it's another being by himself. It's a God by himself. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. That's clear that this one created males and females in his image. Ain't nobody got no argument, because this being goes on in the next chapter, next verse 128, to give them the same dominion as the other beings were given. 128, and Elohim blessed them, and Elohim said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, repeating, fowl of the air, repeating, and over the living thing that creepeth upon the earth, moveth upon the earth, repeating the same thing in 126. So obviously it's two groups of beings. Well, it's one group of beings creating a group of beings, and then it's one being creating a group of beings. Now, when we get down to what he talking about, and we go in there, because I was at Genesis 2, but Apostle pulled us back to Genesis 1. Now, who knows where this next brother about to take us? So I'm listening, brother.
Yeah, well, I'm basically the one that said I basically agree with most of the stuff you're saying, so I really don't got really questions on that, because that's kind of like what I believe too. But so, I just want to ask about Dr. York, because, like, we know he got locked up and stuff, and I just hear some people saying that it's because of maybe he was telling secrets of the Mason thing. There's some saying because he bought this certain land that some people wanted, and they found a way to set him up. So I'm just wanted to ask for, do you know any or have any reason that you would think that they, attacked him like that?
See, y'all can learn from Eric. Hold on. See, y'all can learn from Mad Science. See how he asked the question and move on. Like, this is that simple. Just like that. Say your little piece, ask the question, and move on. But come on now.
That's right. But listen, brother, I mean, like, regarding, the one thing I want to make clear before I start answering the question is that the subjective question is what you're asking me. And when you go around and you ask this person and that person and this person and that person, and even listen to people that haven't even been taught by Dr. York, initiated into anything, they ain't a part of nothing, they just making their comments, and then you say, well, hey, I'm just running around, just getting the answer, I'm just trying to know the truth. And then even when you hear the truth, you just mix the truth in with everything else, and then nobody ever gets anywhere. So those subjective questions and hearing my opinion about that, I don't see how that'll help along with everything that you done learned. Unless you just want to know my personal view. Is that what you're trying to find out? My personal view? Because you already said you already know all those other reasons why.
Because I've been listening to him for a long time, and I was kind of young when all this happened, but I just hear little sayings of why this happened. There's a lot of different ones, I just asked that you.
If I can ask, will you ever remember, or did you ever study under Dr. York?
No, I mean, I won't never remember nothing. I was kind of young. My brother was probably like 11 years old, and he put me on to Dr. York, and we started listening to him. And then I remember him going to jail, and then people started saying, "Oh, because he was exposed to masonry." And then some people said, "Oh, because he bought this land," and some people wanted that was connected to the government. They set him up there. Some people said, "Oh, because he was talking to indigenous American stuff," and they didn't like that. So I just was asking.
Well, are you? If I can ask you one, are you over 30?
Yeah.
Well, good. So you over 40? If I can ask one more.
I ain't over 40.
Okay, so then yeah, you're pretty young then. So I'll say this then, that like for all those reasons and more, brother. But just imagine, man, like it ain't nothing to even talk about. Like I'm sitting here right now with a book called A Black Book in my hand, The Sacred Records of Atum Re, the Coming El Hadur. And this book break down, a lot of stuff in Freemasonry, a lot of stuff about the woman that I wanted to get to this shadow hour, and and things like that. And so those reasons are reasons. But also Dr. York was in Eatonton, Georgia. A small town like where I'm from, near Blakely, Georgia. He was claiming to be Native American from the Rock Eagle Mounds. He was claiming to be also Egyptian, Sudanese of lineage via his mother and his father on two separate sides, being both and having both bloodlines. Dr. York was willing to say what he learned in the Freemasonic order, in the schools of Freemasonry and different things like that, not just to focus on that, but he wrote the problem book and reprinted it. He wrote the Moorish Science Temple Circle 7 book and reprinted it. He wrote the Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Torah, the Tehillim, the Psalms. He wrote and put out the Revelations, El Injil. So he put out all these books, the Black and the Gold book, and all the other books and all the other scriptures that he put out. So when a person puts out that much information, then they become a threat to the system.
I agree.
And so, but not only that, you're talking about a man that has his own mind, that's doing his own thing, that's treating his family and his women the way he feel like he's supposed to run his thing. He being his own man. He making his own decisions and making his own choices, like he trying to teach us. Like he taught us, rather, and continues to teach from the point of teaching he does. So, but like that's what it is though, brother. Like for instance, like I'll give you one other instance though. Okay. Like for instance, when we set up Tamaray in Eatonton, Georgia, Wahani, if people don't know what Tamaray is, it's the land. We simply called it the land. On the news, they called it a compound, but it was 476 acres of land. Now, you showed me the brothers before Dr. York, the black brother that came along and bought 476 acres of land that you had access to, that you could go and visit and put a house on and set up and live and do things and work from and try to build. Dr. Sebi is Dr. Sebi. I got him on video. Luckily, he was on the land. He came up there and he joined the Nuwaubian Nation while he was up there, because he knew, he said on the video that he saw how beautiful and how much love was being spread and how everybody was being treated, that he couldn't help but John because of the way we handled ourselves and the way we held ourselves. So we held ourselves to a high standard back then. But the main thing was, we got in a town, we brought so many people into that town, and we moved into that town. I stayed on the street called Grand Avenue, and me and my family, and we stayed over there, and others people moved in from Philly, from New York, from everywhere, all over the world, Barbados, Jamaica, and all of us in this new town, this little small town, and we making them get new groceries. They got to stock up on everything else. Everything got to go, or we need to build our own. So now we send demands. Now we getting voting rights, and we done signed up and registering to vote. So now we got people that's done been in school, done grew up there long enough, and they graduating, and they about to be the next town, city hall mayor or whatever, representative, whatever we got going. And so now we got this land, we done set up a school, we got a mall out there, we selling stuff. Before Bitcoin was out, you could come to Tamaray, the land, Wahani, Egypt of the West. You could come out there and you could bring your money, and for your $10, you would get $15. So when you bought some on the land with the money from Tamaray, your money was worth more than American dollars. Now, when you start doing stuff like that, that's when they start getting jealous, and that's when they start coming in, and that's when they start accusing the man of doing things and stuff like that. So yeah, there's many reasons for not only knowledge, but for who he is and being his own man and all of that, bro. So we can go on for days about that subjective question as to why they locked up Dr. York.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm glad. I mean, thank you for answering the question. And like I told people before, like for me knowing about Dr. York, I always told people he was one of the greatest black people that ever was, because he actually put a lot of things in action and didn't talk. You know what I mean? And most other people who did stuff did it in a group form. Like Ben Amin did it, but he did it for the Israelites. Dr. York to me was trying to get black people that was in all different type of forms of groups and bring them under one. So I mean, like I said, I don't know if I don't know when you say a subjective question. I don't know, but I understand what you're saying.
When I say subjective, I just mean that somebody gonna always come back. When I say let's deal with objective. An objective question would be something that we could show and prove. Now, a subjective question would be a question asked that would be left open to interpretation.
Okay. Now I have a question about the New Testament about Jesus, because I've known that he taught about that there was different types of Jesus. Do you also teach that? And if you do, can you break some of that down?
Yeah,
I like the way you teach. So I'm not. I don't want you to think I'm coming at you to, to come
No.
like that. I'm trying to. I'm a person that tries to learn. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mind learning.
Yeah, no, bro.
Yeah, and he an elder, so he not, youngster where you can just, rush him through an answer, have patience with him. He, probably older is your dad or somebody's dad or whatever, are older, so respect that.
Yeah. So, brother, when you ask about Yahshua, not you gonna do a little language syntactics. Most people say semantics. We're gonna correct them. It's not semantics. Semantics deals with content. Syntactics deals with context. And so when they say, you're just playing word semantics, that's not even that's out of place. That's not even a verb. It should be syntactics, because you're dealing with the syntax and not the semantics. But anyway, but Yahshua, yes, there were many Yahshuas, and I got the book Is Jesus God in my cabinet over here. So yeah, we could go through that, and I could tell you about every Jesus in the world that probably ever existed. All of the four Jesus and many more, but the four main Jesuses that they talk about. But so yeah, that's a fact. So that's the answer to your question.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I I just was saying where you coming from because I know you say you was Nawapian, but you really not like teaching the Nawapian. So I just trying to get a feel of like.
Oh no, I never said I. What was the word was is the word is. Now the word exists is, was, and be. So exist, is, was, and be. I'm just giving you my language so you'll know where I talk. I'm a linguist. But exist, to be is, was, or be. To exist. Okay? To is, was, or be. So now, when you say I was a Nuwapian, I'm just letting you know, yeah, is, was, be, exists a Nuwapian. I am. So I never said that I was in the past tense way of anybody saying anything. I'm loyal to what I'm a part of. And once I became a part of the family of Nuwapians, I'm forever a part of the family of Nuwapians. And nobody ever take that away from me. Is everything in Nuwapu good? No. Did everything happen the way we wanted it to happen? No. Did some things maybe get out of hand on a land with thousands of people? Maybe. I don't know. I never saw it. I never experienced it. That's why it becomes objective. Because for me, I only saw the good things. I only experienced good things. I only had a good time. I only learned a lot. I only got treated right. I only grew as a human being and as a man. I only was nurtured there and taken care of in a matriarchal society.
Okay, I got you on that. It just
Yeah, you're welcome to speak up a little bit though, brother. Come on, man. I can't hear y'all speaking with y'all chest, man. I gotta bend down to the phone.
Oh yeah. My bad, I got the little headphone thing on, but I think somebody else came in to ask a question real quick.
Yeah, come on, whoever that is. I can't really see who it
Sister,
is.
I am Anna.
Oh, hey, sister. Greetings. Peace.
How you doing?
I'm
Hey,
doing
Sister
my best.
Rima,
Tell me up now,
Hey, sis.
sister. Hit me over the head now, sister. Don't be easy on me for real.
No, no, you have kind of a different viewpoint than a lot of people, and so I was curious. I had a question. I was wondering if you could see, and I mean, you can go according to scripture and according to our day-to-day life. Because I know in scripture and dealing with a lot of Israelite doctrines, that polygamy is a thing. And I wondered practically if you can see our sisters going for that as far as, our husbands having multiple wives, and not only multiple wives, but wives of different nations / races of women. And the second part of the question is outside of, biblically, I see it as it was to like progenerate like a certain bloodline, a lineage. But outside of that, if there's any good reason for those type of relationships, and what your opinion was on that.
Well, right now, as is currently going on in certain parts of Africa, the ratio of women to men, and this speaks on behalf of women. This speaks on behalf, even China was trying to stop the population. You never heard them say, we're going to try to stop the population of men from growing. Because women are the dominant species. They grow faster. There are more women. So in certain parts of Africa, they're 12-1. And so one of the rulers of Africa said, rather than send our women out or have other men mate with our women or have some type of eugenics program to depopulate our women, do anything like that, then we're gonna have this type of relationship where men have more than one woman based on this condition, a known condition in our world, in our realm. So what I'm showing is that for different reasons, a nation may choose to have these laws in place in order to protect that nation and do what's best for that nation. And the same thing happened biblically and throughout all time.
And see, to be honest, I didn't expect that answer at all. But when you say it like that, I understand and I get it. You know what I mean?
Because that finance stuff is garbage. All that we doing it for the finance is better for us. That ain't scriptural. That's not in the Bible. Abraham had more than one wife because of the reasons you said earlier. You said because he was trying to breed a certain seed. He was trying to put his seed on the planet Earth, and it was a plan of genetics. It was a genetic plan that this man was doing and on. And that's what the Bible is about. It's Genesis. It's a genetic genes. It's a genetic plan, generations of the heavens and the earth. It's a genetic plan for us, for species, because let me say this last thing, got it. I don't know if you with the Israelite tradition or not, but if you are the tribe of Judah or Israel or Hebrew, then you know that we are just a group of a seed. We are seed of people. We're not a race. And we didn't have our own land. It was given to us, and the Most High purchased it for us. So Abraham purchased the land one time for us, but that's through the Most High, by the will of the Most High. So what I'm saying is that's who we are. We Israelites, and we have a law. We're not a nation. Well, we are a nation now, but originally we were just a people and a seed, and we were chosen as the seed, and we became a nation, and we built the land. So we're a people out of a people. The same way Adam is a people out of a people. And the same way all people are people out of a people.
Okay, makes sense. I guess I asked that question because I've been having a back and forth at home, you know what I mean, as far as women and men, and y'all had a big conversation on it earlier as far as, you know, respect for the woman as an equal for the man versus, you know, the man is a superior superior species or whatever. And I personally can't see myself sharing the responsibility, you know what I mean? And but I do see it almost seems as though the way that I don't want to be disrespectful, but the way that we've bred as a people, you know, in recent history, as far as, you know, multiple baby mamas, multiple baby daddies, that it's really kind of the same aspect. Like we've been almost led to procreate with people in order to create maybe certain children for certain purposes, you know what I mean, according to the Most High. I don't know, but I have a strong desire to be the only woman for my man. So it's kind of like a conflicting thing. So it's kind of like polygamy, you know what I mean? The way that people have children with different people, but at the same time, they want to have monogamous relationships with one individual. So it just seemed complex. And so I wanted to ask you, and your answer is
that's a great question. I love the question. And, you know, like with us and with the modern day thing, all I can say to you is that, you know, like it's something that I call generational curse. And so once the people enslave a people and they put a people in a place and they take everything away from the people, and the people develop what we call Stockholm syndrome, and the people look to their masters as friends then. So then the people are more loyal to the master than their own self and kind. And this condition has been bred into these people. Just like you said, just bred into these people. Now, that's the wrong type of breeding. But however, it's written that those people in the Bible, we Israelites, would go through that trial, go through that test, go through that tribulation, and go through that temptation. It's written that those would be our T's. Those would be the T's we got to cross. It's written. So we understand that. So to compare ourselves modern day and all the baby mama drama and all of that to us back then or to us where we'll be in the future is not who we are. We are changing day by day. The magnetic field is changing where, you know, the paradigm is shifting, the consciousness is shifting to a point where, like I said earlier, that women, the woman is coming into herself and taking her stand as the leader of this nation. And we can see that. And I ain't just talking about like, you know, of the United States. I ain't talking about somebody they vote in place. I'm saying a paradigm shift within the relationship. And this part of the problem, I told people years ago, I said, if you ain't ready for this magnetic shift, for this polar shift, for this pole shift, for this consciousness shift, for this genetic shift, for this paradigm shift, I named all the shifts. And I said, if you ain't ready for these types of shifts, then you could get caught in the middle. And then they came out with the gatekeepers, and they came out with the whole thing about transgender, and they came out with the whole thing, and now they putting it in schools, and now people don't understand what's going on with Ron DeSantis and why he's against them, and they saying trying to make it seem like it's some African history thing, when no, that's a gay agenda supplanted over that. Because once you let one thing in, you let the other thing in. And he know from being in Florida that they let Christianity in the Florida schools. And then right after that, the Satanists said, we have a charter in California and we are religion too. So you can't stop us from printing satanic coloring books or anything in your schools. And the gays came along and said, you can't stop us either, because we have the same rights as religion. We gay, so we have the same rights as religion. So religion, gays, homosexuality, or what you call gender, religion, gender, race, you know, creed, things like that cannot be discriminated against. And so they having a conflict in their own law, and that's why we supposed to be living according to our own law, the Torah, and not their law. Our law is above their law, and if we were living according to our law, we wouldn't violate their law in the first place, and we wouldn't have the diseases and the baby mama drama that they got us under by putting us in a project, which is a program to project us into the future, to project our future, to give us a trajectory, to do a project, like a scientific project experiment. So we're in this experimental program, and we have to get out of it. And that don't just apply to people in no ghetto or broke people. That apply to the most educated too. They also under a spell. They also don't know what's going on. I heard an African dude, last thing, Goddess, sister, just to finish off, I heard an African guy, and I posted it on my Facebook page, Babylon Don or Pi Pittman, and he said that, you know, we have African people here that left this land and they went to America and they went to Harvard, they went to Yale or whatever. And he said basically they came back and their grandmother drink out the same water well with goats. Right now, none of them have figured out how to desalinate water. None of them have figured out any program or anything, and they have a philosophical degree, a PhD. They supposed to be operative and they not. Why is it not that they have came back to Africa and built no infrastructure and they still live in the same lifestyle? So, you know, that's what's going on.
Yeah, I see that. And I think it goes back to like buck breaking and breeding us for specific purposes to create, you know, individuals that would be beneficial for certain purposes, etc. And it's almost like these things become genetic. You know what I mean? It's not so much that it even has to be taught, that it's almost like an evolution type of.
Well, you saw it in Django, right? You saw it in Django with the 3 dents in the skull and the, you know, right? You saw that movie, Django? Mm-hmm. Okay, so yes, it affects us genetically on a physical level, but I want you to know this though. They want to paint that picture and put that picture in your head, in our head. But watch this. Even if they said we was in slavery for 400 years, from 1619 to 2019, even if we in them now, no matter what, because the Revelations say we're in bondage. Revelations 13:15, it tells us free and slave, rich and poor be in bondage like this. So, but nevertheless, no matter what they say, I want to let you know this, Goddess, that they came in Egypt and they conquered Jerusalem and Israel several times, and they ruled over the place for more than 400 years at a time, and we came back. We multiply, we come back, we resurrect. You see what I'm saying? We are not gone. The fight is not over. Right now, Biden on TV asking them, Biden bidding for them to bring in more white Hispanics so they can increase the white vote and population over here, because the mortality rate or the death rate for them is higher than their birth rate. So these things are real, and they know it and we know it. So we will inherit the earth. That's what the book of Psalms tell us. Psalms 82 is say we'll inherit the earth. It ain't like just the same way. They ain't gotta do nothing because the program in place. The Most High say the same way you ain't gotta do nothing because my plan in place. So we have a plan, and only thing we gotta do is act on the laws of our plan, because what I'm saying is we will rule again. We will be on top again. Our children are not cursed to be in this. We done lived through a great time. We watched the millennium break. We live from the part where they say slavery, and now we living in the part where they say spiritually, religiously. Forget what they say. Listen to what I'm saying. You have lived from the time when they spiritually say a 400-year bondage. You lived through the 400-year bondage. Now you in the new millennium and you still alive. We are blessed to the hilt after everything we have been through, and we still rising. We not falling. All we have to do is get ourselves together, love and unity. All we need to do is develop the power. Like they was talking about power. Knowledge is power. My people perish because of lack of knowledge or lack of vision. You see that? Vision and knowledge. So we need the knowledge, because that's what Solomon asked for, the knowledge to rule the kingdom. So we have to get the right knowledge, right? And then we need the right numbers. That's the unity, because it's power in numbers. So we need the right knowledge and the right numbers. And once we get the right knowledge and the right numbers, then we develop the unity and trust that we need to build. But that's a whole nother show. And I talk about a new city plan that I have that they copycat call it a Black City Plan. It was called a New City Plan, New Emerald City, the New Jerusalem, Atlantis is rising. I put all that out years ago, and I'm still focused on that. Still focused on the UN and how we could do that. But on this note, you mentioned something, and I know what you was getting at. And your answer is in Genesis 2:24. But if you will be patient with me before I get all the way there, I want to talk to you about what we was already talking about. And I want to go back to Genesis 2:1 and just take us through one last thing. We did Genesis 1, basically all of it. And I know people want fast knowledge, but this is going to address the other part of the brother's question and the other part of what was happening on this show. Just check this out. Genesis 2:1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. See there? The host of them. And it's called the Yahuwah of hosts, the Lord of hosts, the Yahuwah of hosts, and all the host of them. So that's how you know it was more than one, because it's Yahuwah and the host. And throughout the scripture, he's called the Lord Elohim, Yahuwah Elohim, Yahuwah and his army, the Thalba. The word host is Salba. So we at Genesis 2:1. Watch this. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished. Because remember, he already did the Sabbath. He finna end his work. But and the heavens and the earth were finished on the 6th day, and all the host of them on the 6th day, the human beings and the generations were finished. And on the 7th day, Elohim ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work he had made. So that's the singular Elohim. that had made all of this heavens and earth by himself, that was all void and dark and empty. The single one did that. But we talked about in 126 where some other beings had some other creation in mind, and they did that. And then in 127, he came and did what he wanted to do, because he destroyed that and started a new one and told them to replenish his beings in his image after his likeness. Now we at Genesis 3, and Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work, which Elohim created and made. And I said that created was one word and made was another word, and they're being used sort of synonymous, but they're two different things, just like existence. Existence predates creation, and making is not creation. Making means to take the things that's already there. Okay, so these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created in the day the Yahuwah Elohim made the earth and the heavens. So like I said, see the word, the Yahuwah Elohim, the Lord God, made the heaven, the earth, and the heaven. It don't read created, because it just told you that they was already there. So this God Elohim is coming in doing the secondary thing. And so he making the earth and the heaven. That's why he say, behold, I make all things new, a new heaven and a new earth. Okay, so now in 5, it reads, in 2:5, Genesis 2:5, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. See, now that's important that you understand. It's saying something was in place before it ever happened. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, it was already made. It was already existed. Before it was ever brought to the earth, it already existed. Let's read 5 again. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth. Before it was ever in the earth, every plant was already made. And every herb of the field before it grew. Now we can go back to Genesis 1, where he tells us to eat of the herbs and to eat of the plants and to eat of the fruit, because that'll be for meat for us. But in Genesis 2, it's telling us that every herb before it ever grew. So existence predated the creation, and then things were being made, is what we want to understand. For the Yahuwah Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth. That's right. So without rain, can nothing grow? So these plants and stuff already existed before it rained. So where were they coming from? And there was not a man to till the ground, and no man was on the earth at that time. But there went up a mist. See, the water came up. It didn't say the water came down from the sky. It said the water, there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground, just like at Noah time during the flood. 7, and the Yahuwah Elohim, the Lord God, formed man of the dust. See, there go the word. This is right where we want to get to. And the Yahuwah Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground. This is telling you how man was made before Genesis 1. And the Yahuwah Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground, because the Bible is not in sequence. It doesn't mean like you read Genesis 1 and that happened before Genesis 2 and that happened before Genesis 3. No, it don't work like that. It gave you the blueprint. Now it's telling you what happened in the black print. And the Yahuwah Elohim formed man of the dust. And the word dust there is Afer, meaning Africa, Afer. And there's a group of people in Africa right now. The first people, some of the first people, along with the Twa and the Khoisan, are called the Afer people, the people of the dust. And you find the word Ophir in the Bible, O-P-H-I-R, just like Oprah or Ophir. It means gold, like gold dust. And this is the dust of the ground. But we're going to get that. And the dust of the ground, and breathe into his nostrils the breath of life. Breathe into his nostrils the Nefesh Chaim. The Nefesh Chaim. Now the word Nefesh is the word spirit for breath. So that's how you know the word Ruach is soul, because the word for breath is Nefesh. He breathed into him the Nefesh Chaim. The Chaim is the life. And that's the same word like cow, like Eve. Chaim, life. Yahuwah, life, existence. Yahweh, Kawa. Yahayu, life, ever living, ever existing. Yahayu, life. So there you go, Hayu, life, the breath of life, Nefesh Kayim. And the Kayim is unlike any other Kayim in the Hebrew, because this Kayim actually has 2 Y's and not 1 Y. Every other place is mentioned with 1 Y, but this one has 2 Y's. Now why? Because of the Y chromosome, and that's another story. The double Y chromosome that other beings had. And I mentioned earlier that in Tarseti there was a W Re'i snake, and in Egypt, in Upper Egypt, I mean in Lower Egypt, Northern Egypt, there was a vulture, which is a woman who cares for her children. They overlooked this fact that the symbols of Egypt are all women, and of Jerusalem. And Hezekiah the king had the Egyptian seal on his ring, the 2 Ankhs and the sun with the wings symbolizing a bee, which is the woman. So the vulture is renowned, and the phoenix is a woman. She rejuvenates herself. So everybody know that this is all based on the woman. But when it's talking here, it's saying in Nefesh Kayim, it gives 2 Y's in the word Kayim. And man became a living soul, a ruach, a living soul, a ruach. He became a living soul. So now, and the Yahuwah Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Yahuwah Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life, right? The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge and good and evil. In Revelations, it talks about 2 trees of life on other side of the water, but that's another story. We'll get to it. But the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, in the middle of it, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it's 2 trees, tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden. Now this river is the Nile River, and it starts way down in South Africa, way down in Zimbabwe, where the Anunnaki and the Nibiru were, where they first went when they came to Earth. Not in Persia, not in Iraq. They went to the place where the gold of that land is good. We're about to get there. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted. So the river went out, and then the river parted, the white Nile and the blue Nile, and became into 4 heads. And the name of the first was the Pishon, the white Nile. That is it which compassed the whole land of Hawilah. That's the same word as Eve. Hawilah. Look how many times I done gave you her name. This is her land. That's her name. Hawilah. Hawa. This her land. And the name of the first was Pishon, like pie. Pie, like pineal gland, pie. The name of the first was Pishon. That is which compasses, which goes around Hawilah, which encircles. That's what Hawilah encircles the whole of the land. Hawilah, where there is gold. So ain't no gold in Iraq. Ain't no gold in Israel. This is in Africa. This is in Zimbabwe, where they get gold and diamonds from right now. And in Genesis 2:12. And the gold, but note I said that word is Hawilah. Note that I said that the Yahuwah's name is Yahweh. Hawa. Note that I said that the word for life is Hayah. Hawa. Note that I said that the word for animal and all living beings is Hayah. That's her name, Kai. Even in Egypt, a person is a ket, Kayu. So let's keep going. And 2:12, and the gold of that land is good. That is bdellium and onyx stone. So we know we in Africa. Bdellium and the onyx stone, that's why they there today. That's why every computer agency there. And in 2:13, and the name of the second river, the Blue Nile, Gihon, the same is that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia. So now we got one river, the Pihon, that encompassed the whole land of Hawilah. That's one of our lands. And then the other one encompassed the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is the Hiddekel. And that's the Tigris River, they say today. Tigris, Hiddekel. That is which goeth toward the east of Assyria. So this still our land. This proves that Assyria and all of that towards Assyria, through Israel, the whole Fertile Crescent, Babylon and Ur, and all of that is in Africa. because it tells you that the one river that parted went through Havilah and circled it, went through Ethiopia and circled it, continued on into the Tigris River, which is where Babylon and Ur is, at the Tigris and Euphrates River, between them two, but right there by the Tigris, there it is right there. And the fact that I brought to the public, and they keep ignoring it even on every channel, is that there is no river that flows on more than one continent. This is a single river flowing on one continent. If Israel was in Asia, or if Babylon or Iraq was in Asia, then that would mean it's on the other continent. And that would mean a river flows on two continents. And that's not possible. There is not a river that flows on two continents. Case closed. This is one river flowing in one place. And all of this is our land, from Zimbabwe all the way up to Assyria. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, the Tigris, that which goeth towards the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. That's called the Fratu, the double fruit. That's where you get Ephraim name from, Euphrates. And the Yahuwah Elohim took the man. Now listen, this is why we read all that. And the Yahuwah Elohim took the man and put him into the garden. So now this is an experiment, because one of the people that's on the planet Earth been taken by a Yahuwah of the Elohim, and he put him in a special place called a Garden of Eden, and it's enclosed. So this being is enclosed, he can't leave. He being put into a special Garden of Eden to dress it. So he been given a job to dress it and to keep it. So he being taught how to be a husbandman, how to farm, because when Noah, the ark landed, when he moored down, like a moor, he moored down and the craft landed, Noah became a husbandman when he began to farm and grow stuff. So that's what this man is being taught to do in a garden though. And the Yahuwah Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. Now, let's make this clear. When it uses man, not one time has it said that this is a male living being by himself. Not one time. This just saying human being. It could be many men. It could be mankind. It could be Adam and Eve. But they'll say that this means man. No, that's not the word man. That's not no man like no male. That's the word man as in being, human being. So then 2:17. But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and this answers the question, right? Why they say God only told Adam. That's why they say that. Adam only knew about the tree of good and evil. Why he didn't tell Eve? Because of the word man in 15 and 16. But 17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. And the Yahuwah Elohim said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. Now, this is why we know it's a man, way down in 18. And the Yahuwah Elohim, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. Now, remember, in Genesis 1, we already had beings that came down. We already seen beings said they created beings in their image after their likeness, and this being is doing one. And now we finally reading about this being that's been placed in a garden specifically, and now he being put to sleep. 1:18 again. And the Yahuwah Elohim said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. That means a mate, a confidant. And out of the ground, the Yahuwah Elohim formed every beast of the field. So everything came from the earth, and every fowl of the air came from the earth, and brought them unto Adam. And he brought them unto the man. Now, this is the first mention of Adam as a male living being. And unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all the cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found an helpmeet for him. And the Yahuwah Elohim caused the deep sleep, this called anesthesia in a hospital, caused the deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. So he took a rib out of Adam, then he sewed Adam up, gave Adam stitches. He took from the rib some DNA, Genesis 22:22, Revelation, and the rib, that's why they call it ribonucleic acid, RNA, and the rib which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman and brought her unto the man. So after Adam's surgery, this DNA was taken from Adam. After they cloned Eve in the laboratory in the Garden of Eden, then they brought Eve to Adam for him to see what they had created or made of Adam, what they had taken from him and made out of him. And in Genesis 2:23, and Adam, this man, Adam said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man." Now in Genesis 1:26 and 1:27, ain't no woman being taken from no man. These beings back then were made in the image and after the likeness of Elohim. But this woman is being made in the image and after the likeness of man. Therefore, you get the son of man. And when in Genesis 6, the beings gonna come down and have sex with the daughters of man. They not the beings that was in Genesis 1 that already created and made man in their image and after their likeness. So we got all these creations taking place in Genesis 1:26 and 1:27. Then in 2:22-23, and then in Genesis 6:1, 6:4, 6:6. But we gonna keep moving. In Genesis 2:22, and the rib which the Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman," Eve, woman, Eve, "because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man," now listen to the first law. After Adam and Eve get brought together, we dealing with the first man and woman, right? That's after all the other beings already all over the planet Earth, but we just dealing with the first man and woman inside the Garden of Eden. There are already people living all over the planet Earth. These people are in the enclosed Garden of Eden, so they don't meet those people outside the Garden of Eden. That's why when Cain leave, the son of Adam and Eve, and he leave the garden, he get the seal thing put on his forehead so no man will kill him. And then he go to a land and meet a woman named Salha and give birth to a son. Where did Cain's wife come from if it wasn't already people from Genesis 1:26 and 27 that lived on the earth? And these people right here, this man Adam, is being selected out of all of these beings as one being and put into a garden, and then to not give him the seed of them, to take the woman from himself and keep this seed in the one family, one generation of Adamites, a genetic experiment being done right here in the Bible. So now we're at Genesis 2:24, and we're going to read the highest law for Adam and Eve. This is the first law for Adam and Eve. This is going to answer your question, sister. Watch this, Genesis 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother. Who gotta leave? The man gotta leave. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife. Now, you tell me what the word cleave on to mean. Because last time I checked, you cleave on to something, that means hold on to it for dear life. That means, man, go hold on to her. Go cleave on to that woman. Go follow her. Go hold her. Go hold her sacred. Go cleave on to her. Don't let her go. The opposite of leave, cleave. Never leave her. Cleave her. This is the highest commandment being given to man after man been woke up from his sleep, and the best part of him, his better half, been taken from him, the woman, the X chromosome. And he can't reproduce by himself. He needs her to reproduce his seed. because she can reproduce with anybody else she wants. So he has to cleave unto her. And they shall be one flesh. See that? If he cleave unto her, they'll be one flesh. So it's no him without her. It's no male over the female. That only comes later in Genesis 3, after the curse. Okay? So now right here, we done proved, shown and proven, but beyond a shadow of a doubt, all the generations of the heavens and the earth, all these different beings, we done proved that all the names of the Yahuwah relate to a woman. We done proved that the best part of Adam been taken out of him while he sleep, a woman, and brought to him. And the first commandment he given in Genesis 2:24 is to leave his own father and leave his own mother. Don't even worry about that seed or bloodline, and cleave unto this woman's bloodline, and you'll have one flesh. And they shall be one flesh. And the last verse, 2:25, and they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. So this was before the curse, before they were ever shamed, before people ever had to put on clothes, before man ever thought of, oh, I'm just gonna have sex with her for the hell of it. Like the sister said, I'm just gonna make babies and have several baby mamas. No, it was a genetic plan in place already for us. And the plan was violated in Genesis chapter 3. Anybody with any questions, welcome to come on. Any comments, anything. That's what I wanted to show. I done did it.
I just like the I just thank you for your information. You answer all my questions. I really don't have anything else.
Yeah, brother. Man, but I know you got some questions after all of that. Else I'm gonna turn to some more stuff. And I'm gonna read some more stuff. I'm gonna show you some more stuff.
Well, we going on 3 hours into this. It's getting pretty late. So, anybody else with any questions? If not, I'm gonna let them, wrap it up.
Yeah, he can wrap it up.
Okay. So the thing that I do want to bring to the table, Sister Karima, before I wrap it up, I want to say this. I want to end on a note where Dr. York talks about this in a book called The Black Book. And, he got a bunch in here about Genesis, but I'm going to skip all the way ahead and I'm going to read this part. What do religious scholars say? Question, what do religious scholars say? He started this question and answer thing. Notice my thing is answers to questions, not questions and answers. But when religious scholars, be they Hebraic, Christian, or Islamic, agree that the creation of Adam is not more than 6,000 years old, so gold had to be in the process of forming before Adam and Eve were born. So what he's telling you is that Adam and Eve are not just 6,000 years old. They go back as far as gold go back. Like I said, Aphir means dust and Ophir means gold. That's a relationship, a linguistic relationship that show you etymologically these the same beings. And notice that God in the Bible never said that man was good, but he said the gold of that land was good. So the Aphir, the African people, the dust of the ground, those people, even when we call ourselves Tarseti, the name of the city is also called Neb-T, meaning Nub-T, Nubia or Neb. Nub and Neb both means gold or black or people, prophecy. So this is important that we learn the language and we know this. Then he goes on in the next question. He says, what do modern scientists say about the very beginning? It is clear by the gems, answer, it is clear by the gems and minerals of the earth, the gold and beryllium, and their age. Anyone with a scientific mind would not accept the 6,000-year-old age of the planet Earth. In fact, at the very beginning, according to the scientists of this day and time, we have what they call the Big Bang, which took place many millions of years. Question, is the Big Bang theory true or false? Firstly, make note that the scientific community, refer to the Big Bang as a theory. And the word theory comes from the late Latin theoria, from the Greek word theorem, meaning spectator. observable, see spectator, speculate, spectator, not observe like that, spectator, from thea, of viewing or seeing. That's what science is, to see, seeing science. Make note that they call it a theory. They say seeing is believing, when in actuality, hearing and reading is believing, and seeing is knowing. So that's what the people got to know, that these things already been cleared up for you, that they just have a simple theory. And, you know, the Big Bang, they couldn't tell you what two things bang together or whatever bang together. And I asked people to look up, you know, the man who faked an atom on YouTube, because it talks all about how they don't know about atoms and how they fake those stages. And then you'll know about carbon dating and how all that's out of whack and all of that stuff don't make no sense. And so I'm not on the science side or the religious side. I say the people that's doing all of the religion, I say they wrong too, because they not accepting the science of the Bible. And the people in the science part, I say they wrong too, because they not accepting the science of the Bible. Both of them wrong. They don't accept the science. They go on their own tangents. But that's it for me, y'all. I'll stop right there. I wish we had some more questions though, but I'll do another show if Sister Karima be willing. We'll go through some more stuff. Hopefully we can move past the Bible or the babble of the Bible and move into some more scientific stuff. But I did feel like we got through a lot of stuff, y'all. A lot of this Elohim crap about West. I think we got through. A lot of people going to be able to read the Bible clearly now and be able to see for themselves and actually read it and take it one step at a time, verse for verse. I feel like we made some progress. I feel like we put the black woman, the goddess of the earth, where she's supposed to be, at the top of this pedestal, and lead it our way in all things. We cleared up the first highest scripture of the law, where a man leave his mother and father and mother and go cleave unto his woman, his wife, the woman who will become one flesh with him. So, I mean, I don't know what else we could do on that unless somebody else got something else. So, but, you know, one day since you know what I said there, one day we'll read in this black book, we'll get to the part, you know, I'm looking at the word Haribu right now, Elohim and all that, but we'll go through the part for real about the black woman and how she God and all the mitochondrial stuff, because these brothers be trying to make it seem like I'm saying something fishy, like I'm simping or I'm sucking up to women or I'm just making up a jargon to be on women's side. No, I'm using the scriptures to back up everything I say. And if they read the same scripture, we would have to back it up with everything I'm saying. And they never come on here and bring the scriptures to y'all. They never come on here and bring a science book or a reference and say, look, this is what it is. I done said that right now, anybody can Google it. Mitochondrial Eve. Science says mitochondrial Eve, the woman first. It don't say mitochondrial Adam. When they talk about mtDNA, when they talk about stem cells, they talk about daughter cells. They don't call them son cells. They call them daughter cells for a reason. When what was taken from Adam? The X chromosome, the woman. That's what was taken. That's the first beings. This is how important she is. When the Yeshua came on the earth, it was through a woman. When Heru, Horus, whatever you want to call it, Raharakti came on the earth, it was through a woman, Isis. In all of our cosmology, in all of our cosmogony, we record the woman being first. But I posted a thing of the Queen of Ethiopia. I mentioned her earlier, Queen Amani Sheketo. And when you say her name, you say Amen, right? My Amen, my hidden one, my faithful one, my unseen one, Amani Sheketo. Shekeka. Shaka, Shaka, Ta, 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 Shaketa. So she is of Egypt. She is of Ta, and she is of the family of Ammon. And she also has a Southern African Shaka, Shaka in her name. So this is who she is. And she is the ruler of all of Sudan. That's the ruler of Egypt. She is the first ruler. Her name is Tatis, Satatis, Satatis. That's the same word for ISIS. This is who she is. So for them to sit around and pretend like men are over women in some type of dominion or type of fashion is false. And the reason why I'm leaving that open is because I can't wait to read Genesis 3 to really discuss whether what kind of dominion they talking about that man gonna have over woman when it says man will rule over woman. I want to discuss that. We need to talk about that because they've been putting up this front for a long time in front of all the sisters as if it's some type of hierarchy here where they on top. According to what we done read, all the way from Genesis 1 to the end of Genesis 2, she is on top and she is the one that's ruling. She is the one that's leading and he is the follower. Although he may be given rulership, he is not the leader. She is first. And he told to put that woman first. But they don't want to follow the commandment because they follow Masonic rites, which tell them the man wear the pants. You gonna let a woman talk to you like that? Ain't no woman first. The Bible say the man came first. No, it don't. Read the Bible for yourself. Genesis 1:26 and 1:27 tell you man was not here before woman. Male and female created he them. Created, not even made, created. So this the next step from the existence of the Yahuwah himself is doing the creation of them, not one man. Them, him, all of them. So in Revelations 13, just so nobody don't say I'm playing no semantics, in Revelations 13, it says, here is wisdom. Let him that have understanding count the number of the beast. Do you think when it say let him with understanding count the number of the beast, it's talking only to a male man? No, the word him is just the masculine and it's just being used to talk about all people, like the word man or mankind or human beings. I don't want to be the dead horse, but I just want y'all to know, like they'll come along and say later, like, oh, on some other show, nah, he lying to you. He used the word him and he ain't said it was male. He know the word him is a male. No, it's not. It's male linguistically. Because in all of Egypt, right, the woman, anytime it's a woman, we determine it by putting a T at the end of it. In English, they put a T. But in Egyptian, it's a hieroglyph determinative, the woman. It's the woman, but they put a T like in petite or tiny or whatever you want to call it, like the T. But you get Nefertiti, Nefertari, you get Queen T, and that's the same word for Ta, for earth, and the same word for bread. Because the Egyptian hieroglyph for earth looks like a loaf of bread. And the word for Kemet is a burning charcoal. So you get burning bread and you get the bread cooked and you get all of that story. And she laid the bricks for the pyramid. That's another thing. Let me lay this secret on my Masonic sisters. When it speaks about Ninti or Isis or whatever name they want to give her, cutting Osiris in 14 pieces, we know that Ninti cut the bread loaves in 14 pieces. And she gathered the pieces together and she made the loaves. The loaves look like the Egyptian hieroglyph for the land. It looked like a little loaf of bread, a little horizon of the land, like a curved earth, a globe, or it looked like a half arc of earth, showing that the earth got curvature like a loaf of bread. So you know the earth got curvature because the Egyptians put it that way, and they knew that it looked like a loaf of bread puffed up. And despite what Brother Santos teach. Sanchez, despite what Brother Sanchez teach. So now you got this loaf of bread and you got this Egyptian loaf. And so this means Ta, and it means the woman. It symbolized the T, the woman, Ta, the earth, T, the land, and T, the loaf of bread. So you get Nefertiti, you get Queen T, you get Tatis, you get Satis, which is Nephthys, which is Satis, which is Sabat, which is Sirius. They ended with an S because that's what the Greeks did. They took the T out and started using the S because they didn't like the T because the T was feminine. So the Greeks replaced the T with an S. Therefore, from Theoret or Taweret, they changed it to Theos and added the S when that was the Egyptian god Taweret, which was the god of the world, Taweret. But they changed it to Theos. And then that's why when you look at the main gods of Egypt, they name end in T. Watch this. Tehuti, Seti, Taseti. See that? When you look at these names, why would these men names end in T? Why would they do that? That's a feminine name. Because feminine meant great. Because they wanted to be respected and loved and known by the woman. They wanted her to cherish them. They wanted to cleave onto her. And one way to cleave onto her was every pharaoh that existed had a name called Ma'at. He had Ma'at in his name, which is a woman. They did, all pharaohs, they became an Osir after their death. They became a Heru, all of that. But what they chose to be on earth, the name they chose to be was Ma'at. She the ruler, Ma'at. Nut is the heavens. Mut, nut. So they know who you are. And Dr. York says this in the book. He says in the Black Book, I'm going to reveal the biggest secret to y'all ever. And that is that the black woman is God. And that the Masons have held this secret over you for all of these years. And the men don't of your own race and nationality don't want the black woman to know who she is. And that would set the order back in place because this was when we ruled the throne, when the throne was on her head as Isis and not in a man's head. And we done watched this white man rule over us ever since he put the Queen of England on the throne. He been worshiping his woman. And they always tell you in the Vatican, he got a black woman in there and he worshiping the woman and a white baby on her lap. You damn right he is worshiping the woman and he ruling the world worshiping the woman. But you refuse to worship the woman. You want to be the man and be worshiped. And that's why he rule over you, because you out of order. Psalms 82. And the whole world is out of order. And all the foundations of the earth are out of order. You out of order, black man. You don't know your place. You're trying to put her in her place and you haven't found your place yet. Before you talk about her eye, take the dirt out of your own eye and fix that first. Okay? So now we know for a surety her place, and we know that Babylon Don, Pi Pittman, that's my name, is not playing up or simping up to no woman with this doctrine right here. Any Hebrew Israelite, any Egyptian Commission, any Moor of the doctrine, Canaanite, Turk, or Moabite, Science Temple, whatever you want to call yourself, from Morocco, whatever, can come on here and verse this doctrine and verse this black woman being God. Bring it, because I'm right here. You can see you won't have a fight. You can see you're going to get your chance to speak. You can see that I'm going to use the scriptures. You can see that I'm going to source up. You can see that I'm not going to cuss you out. Ain't no name calling going to go on. It's going to be a real intellectual conversation. And if you come on here with the black man stuff and against the black woman, I'm going to smash it. Now, if you come on here and you say they equal, then now we talking business. But if you turn any way into dominance, I'm going to show you how she rule over you, and you need to get back in your place. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to set that record straight, because it's been going on for too long. In Genesis 3, it tells you that the woman gonna crush the head of the snake. And Sister Karima, I thank you so much, Goddess, because you said some deep stuff. And I don't know if people be hearing you, but I be hearing you when you was helping defend me and protecting me. When you told them that they come on here and they make a whole sermon and explain stuff, before they ever ask a question. So it's called leading a witness in a courtroom. They set this whole big stage, and then they may say right, and like somebody agreeing with them, and then they ask a question and want the question to be answered to fit their narrative. That's not how it works. I'm way more versed than that, and I'm gonna test every spirit come on here for the truth. I challenge Jabari. I challenge Uncle Keck. I challenge Chris MVP Harris. I challenge Garfield. I challenge Chris that was on the brother Shaka Nduga show. I'll challenge Shaka Nduga on the Medunetcher, on any of that. Smash Rockwell, even though I kind of like that brother there, I'll still challenge him on the Medunetcher and on the origins of Egypt and on the way they put it together. I'll challenge him. I'll debate him. I'll debate them if they want to sit down in a fashionable way. But they're going to tell you that it's not going to happen like that because they run. I've been on their shows. I talked to them, and all of them, like Chris Harris did this morning, they're going to say, kick Babylon Don off. Don't let him on. Boot him out the chat. No. They don't even know me. They ain't never even talked to me, but they read my post and they read my material and they hear me talk on shows like this and they know the deal. They know they ain't going nowhere with that crap knowledge about some evolution. When evolution is simply based on two things. They call it natural selection and mutation. That's it. That's all you need to know. First, evolution started from them thinking that all things come from a single cell. So just look at a single cell. Just think about a single cell and then say every turkey, every rabbit, every animal, every human, every bird, every flea, every tick, every light, everything that ever lives came from a single cell on the ground or in wherever they say this cell was. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know. But it came from a single cell. And from this single cell grew all life on the planet Earth. Now, that's what they believe. And if you believe that over what we just read in the scripture, then you believe the same thing that's in the scripture. Because basically you left with the same thing that God created. Because that's all you saying when you say the Big Bang or evolution, natural selection. So from this one single cell came mutations. And these mutations were naturally selected. And these naturally selected mutations were for the betterment of that species and for the survival of that species. Now watch this. None of this has ever been proven. A species cannot rise higher than its source. So if a monkey is a monkey, then a monkey won't develop a larynx, vocal cords. First of all, with this whole thing from a single cell, let's go back to that. Show me where intelligence came in at. See, what they can't do with Darwinism is account for consciousness or intelligence. Listen to me now. They cannot account for consciousness or intelligence. And I ain't using no intelligent design. I'm saying account for the fact that I'm awoke, that I'm alive. That's consciousness, being alive, being awake, being aware, and being alert. And the highest state is being alarmed. Watch my lingo, you know what I'm saying? Because I put them A's out there for a reason. Like I put those T's, temptation, tribulation, test, and and things like that for a reason. I want you to remember it for that. So awake, alive, aware, and alert. And the highest state is to be alarmed. That's to be paranoid. So to ask them, where does that type of consciousness come from in the single cell? And at what point did the single cell become conscious and aware? When did it develop perception and consciousness? When did it develop intelligence? You see what I'm saying? When does intelligence come in natural selection? Who is the natural doing the selecting? Where is this coming from? So natural selection or evolution is a lie. It's a theory. And it's based on, don't let nobody fool you. I'm going to say it again. It's based on single cell organism natural selection and mutation. That's the definition of all whatever they want to say. And I ain't looking at nothing. I'm going off the top of the dome. It's the evolution. It's just that. It's the single cell belief that all things came from a single cell organism. And once they get you to believe that, they tell you that that single cell mutated into everything you see by way of natural selection. So the one single cell mutated into monkeys, human beings, gorillas, giraffes, alligators, turtles, reptiles, birds, fledglings, bacteria, amoeba, eukaryotes, prokaryotes, archaics, into everything you can name. This is a lie. This is foolery. This is stupid. This is not where things come from, a single cell. If you had this thing, you know, you would be the same thing as the monkey. You come from a different strand than monkeys. You are human. You do not evolve. You are what you are. In fact, what I want to show is another thing that they won't debate me on, is the fall of man. That's according to all things. It's a de-evolution of man. Even in the tablets, the book of Enki talks about when they first made man, that man would start to degenerate. Man wasn't given a long life like these beings that was before it. So man would start to fall off. Man wasn't intelligent as the beings that created man. Listen to what I'm telling you. The beings that came to earth and created or made man in their image, man was not more intelligent than them. They gave man his intelligence. So over time, man's intelligence, without them being there to guide man and to increase man's intelligence by way of mutation and variation like a virus would depreciate, would de-evolve, not evolve greater. Man would start to forget. And right there, it tells you that Adam gave birth to Cain and Abel, and then Cain killed Abel, gave birth to Seth, and Seth means self-compensation, and Seth gave birth to Enos, and Enos means one who forget, a mortal, a forgetful one. So at that point, man started to forget. They were no longer like Zakar, meaning those who remember. That's what Zakar means. Remember, don't let that brother come on here and tell you Zakar referred to some animals when the word Zakar referred to any male living thing. So Adam was a Zakar insofar as he remembers. So now it means to remember. And Nakeba, Eve, meant the mother of all living. So Zakar and Nakeba, Adam, Zakar meant to remember. Eve, Nakeba, meant mother of all living. And that's her name is Eve, meaning life. Nakaipa. Nakai, Kai means life. That's her name again. Like Yahayu. That's her name again. So you get these two beings together, not separate. Adam does not, I'm going to say it again. Man does not predate woman. They together. Now, was there a man taken and put in a garden and an experiment was done on him? And a woman was taken from his genes, and he was told, yep, that story did take place. But after the fact, after there was millions of people and the earth had been destroyed and millions of people created again, and those people were taken from, Adam was taken from those people in the second set of people and put in a garden and separated. And nevertheless, Adam went out his seed and mixed with those same people that was outside of the garden. So those people are in you right now today, the same people that got kicked out of the garden. So we didn't come from monkeys. We didn't come from a Dactylus or some alligator on the ground. We didn't come from a single cell organism. We came from sperm and egg, ovum, woman. That's where we came from. So this is just important to take out all of the spookism that's been placed in religion and made religion, well, let me not say that, because religion is spookism. Religion is spirituality. That's what religion is, yoga, the ta'aban. But that's what then became about our cosmology and our cosmogony, what people then brought in all types of jargon and rhetoric and brought it in from YouTube and the things they see on YouTube. Now, it's statues of Enki and Enlil. But they'll tell you that Enki and Enlil look like reptilians. But when you look at a statue of Enki and Enlil, they look just like you. When you look at a statue of Osiris and Isis, they look just like us. None of them look like monkeys. None of them look like the anthropomorphs that they have on their head as anthropomorphs, showing that they have the power or the wisdom of something, or that they mesh with this animal in a way that they have the principles of that animal. Like my eye meshes with the ostrich via the feather, and she carries the principles of truth, righteousness, straightness, truth, justice. She carries those traits. She is the embodiment, unlike what Jabari them will tell you, that those are just principles. No, these were walking, living, breathing beings. They walked the earth. They were made from the elements of the earth, just like science will tell you, not from just single cells. They were made from Shu, the wind, Tefnut, the moisture, the water, Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky, where the sun is, the fire. They were made from the elements. They were incarnated beings. And that's what our people got to understand. The word incarnation, not reincarnation. No, I'm not talking about Hindus. That's another thing we got to understand. See, all these things we got to do a show on, because didn't know Hindus predate us. We predate the Hindus. Anybody can look up Hindu. That word was created in the 20th century. That whole religion and all that stuff about them old books, that stuff ain't that old. They get their whole name, Hare Krishna, from Heru. They get that whole thing. The cobra, ain't no cobras in India. The cobra, the king cobra, is indigenous to Africa. Elapadai, the king cobra, the Nagas, Elapadai Naga, the king cobra, the Kibra Nagas, that's Africa. But they got it from the Ethiopians via the Dravidians, giving the Dravidians the keys, giving them information. So they took it and they made it into Hinduism. And so then they mixed it with Buddhism, and now they call it yoga or yogi. That's what they call the leader. And they call it a long time, a Kali Yuga. A yogi, a yoga, a Kali Yuga, and then they have a yoke, which is to yoke or bind you into that religion. Yoke, yogi, yoga. You see that? That's what they are. That's who they are. So we know yoke, yogi, yoga, and Kali Yuga, a time. So those the 4 Ks that they have right there. That's how they get their class system and their colonization. This is what they are. So they learned from us, and they took the cobra, and they took the name Hadi, and then they took the lion, because ain't no lions. They got a Bengal tiger. So what they doing with lions all over Asia with his foot on a ball, that's our stuff. That's why they say, that's why black people be saying Afro-Asiatic, which we not, because you'll never hear an Asian person say they Asio-African. That's why it's silly to say Afro-Asiatic. I just proved to you that all of what they call Asia anyway is in Africa, from Babylon to Timbuktu. People that already wrote books about it, but they playing stupid. They on the internet asking people, talking about what was stolen, what was stolen. And the brother already wrote a book called Stolen Legacy. That's what was stolen, the legacy. The generational right, the birthright, the legacy. That's what was stolen, Esau. But they don't know. They want to dance around and make like they teaching something, or they telling the public something, or it's some debate or some issue. That's why they don't want me there, because I could clear up all of this for our people, and we can move past this and start to build, because we'll be all on one accord through right knowledge. Not no Dr. York, not no Nuwapu, through just having correct knowledge. Through just knowing the truth. To know the truth will make you free, not set you free, will make you free. Knowing the truth. That's all you need, is to know the truth. Ask and it shall be given. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door will be open to you. That's the highest Masonic order right there. You in it right now with me right now. Ask questions, answers to questions. Ask and it shall be given. 1, knock, seek and you shall find. 2, knock and the door will be open. Ask Enoch, there you go. You hear what I'm saying? Ask Enoch, and here you go. Idris, the one that studied in this magic, that knows this Hakab, this Hakupta, this magical land that's been initiated into this and not a fraud and not a front and not talking and not making stuff up and know the Bible and read the scriptures and is a Hebrew Israelite, read the Quran and is the real Muslim, read the Bhagavad Gita and is a real studier of the practice of Hinduism and yoga and all the rest of it, read all about the chi, practiced feng shui for years and years and years, know all about the Japanese culture, know all about Borobudur and the Buddha, know all about it. I wanted to go through all those schools, so when I come to my people, I could say, I know about those schools. I went to those schools. I went and got initiated in those schools. I talked to people. I met the Buddhists. I met the Lamas. I met them on the land. I introduced them to the land in Wahani. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want my people to know. Just like Dr. York got at the front of the book, all the orders he's been a part of, I've been a part of many orders. I'm not a front or a fraud or a fake. I went and saw for myself. When they tell you something about some tablets, the emerald tablets, it's no such thing as emerald tablets. It's pseudo. It's no such thing as emerald tablets. If it's a such thing as the emerald tablets with an S, tell them to produce one. Show us the ancient emerald tablets where it come from. And it's all going to lead back to a man named Claude Dawkins, who say he traveled astrally. At first he said he went, and then he said he traveled astro-projectorally to all of these places in Egypt and Sumer, and that's where he got it. He saw the tablets, and he recorded and wrote down what he saw in this realm, what he was in this theosophical society of Madame Blavatsky, Maria Austiche, and Zigrum. This is what he was a part of. So show us the emerald tablets, Billy Carson, if there are or is a such thing as the emerald tablets. And Dr. York had this in his book for years about Claude Dawkins, despite what Brother Sanchez want to talk about some Ra'el. That's not us. We never was for no Ra'el. And just because you say Israel is Ra'el, no, it's not. Israel existed before these people ever even existed. So they copycatted the word Israel. So you can't make like something ancient as Israel. It's the same thing as some dude named himself Ra'el today. That's silly, Sanchez. That stupid argument is dumb like you tell other people. It don't make sense. The math ain't mathing. So now is no such thing as the tablets of Thoth or what they call the emerald tablets. Show it to us. Produce the first document. And when they talking about Atlantis, I'm telling you, the best description of Atlantis is the Eye of the Sahara. They never told y'all about it. Look it up. It's called the Eye of Sahara. The Sahara was once the Atlantic Ocean. The Sahara once was filled with water, and people lived around it. And people lived near it. And there are hieroglyphs that I could show you that we could pull up that have been found there. Petroglyphs, hieroglyphs in the Sahara. So we existed way before they talking about some Sumer or anything like that. Even when the Anunnaki and Enki and Enlil them came down and they got ready to make man, Enki admitted it. They said, well, let's make this being. And Enki said, we don't even have to. For he already exists right over there in Zimbabwe, in Africa, in Kenya, in Uganda, in Ghana. He already exists. They already living over there. All we got to do is mix some of our blood with their blood, mate with them, breed them, and then they'll be like us in our image, after our likeness. And when we get done, they'll be able to do the work we were supposed to do. And they'll be able to mine the gold and till the ground like we do. And we'll give them the faculties that we have. And they'll be our children and we'll be their gods. These are the beings in Genesis 1:26 that was making man in their image after their likeness and making them male and female and giving them dominion of the earth before the one came down, the one with the power to do his own creation in Genesis 1:27. This is the real, your true story. This is your true cosmology and cosmogony. This is the real story of Noah, Utnapishtim. This is his real story, not the fake one. Not the one you're going to learn from them dudes that's telling you all this fake stuff. And I'm telling you, Billy Carson, them is pseudo. Don't tell me I'm attacking my brother. Don't tell me I'm being negative when the truth is what it is. If I'm telling the truth and it's a fact and I can prove it, then kill the negative talk, because you being negative at the point you call me negative and I'm speaking the truth and the facts. And that's being in my eye. My eye is never negative or what you will call false or evil. It's never that. So, you know, so back to the evolution, back to the Big Bang, none of that is real. I done proved and showed to you. Anybody could Google it, and I have it here. I'm just going off the top of the dome. But when y'all ready, bring your evolutionary theory people here, and they won't come, because evolution is based off a single cell theory. That's it. And the mutation of that single cell and the controlling of that single cell mutation by natural selection, which created variations, right? Which they call a variant in the virus. They call it a vaccine, a variant, which created variations in the seed. That's what they believe. And so through variations, they saying through various variations over a period of time, you got to add that in, time, over billions and billions of years in these variations, all of a sudden we came to be. And then we separated or differentiated from a common ancestor and came to be human beings. From some alligator type, from fish water to some alligator type, to some wolf type, to some ape type, to some gorilla type, to some common ancestor that they call, and then that's where humans came from, which is a lie. Because then they say they moved to Cro-Magnon, moved to Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo this, Homo that, homosexual, everything. And then they say Cro-Magnon, Java man, and they start naming all these people in all these different places all over the earth, which is a bunch of rhetoric. They have no source. They have no facts. They have no way of proving any of that. All of that is just rhetoric for you to believe. They cannot prove that everything came from one cell. I challenge you, prove to me that everything here came from one cell. Show it to me. Show and prove. Prove to me that through this one cell, how you get intelligence. See, basically what they saying is that something can explode because the Big Bang had to happen before evolution. So they say the Big Bang is not a part of evolution. That's a lie, because the Big Bang had to give birth to evolution, according to the story, because the Big Bang is not on a chemical or a cellular biological level. The Big Bang is on an atomic or subatomic level. So if we're dealing with atoms, they predate cells. So now if we're dealing with atoms in a vacuum, as they call it, or in space, I'm just giving them all this because this ain't real, but we just imagining this, that we can imagine this place they talking about. And then, okay, then we get this one thing and it explodes. Or is it two things that crash together like at CERN, Lucerne, Lucifer, where they from? Lucerne, Switzerland, Lucifer, Lucerne, and it smashed together like an atom collider, a hadron collider. Does it smash together, or is it just one thing that exploded? We're going to go with the one thing. Since we got one single cell, we're going to go with the one thing that exploded. Now, we need to know what caused the one thing to explode, because for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. For every cause, there's an equal and opposite effect. So we want to know what caused this effect of the Big Bang. They have no answer. But yet people believe it. And they'll get on here, Uncle Keck them, Bobby Banger them, and all the rest of them, Ngozi them, and tell you the evolution and all this A1, E1, B1, A1, and all this is real. No, it's not. And then they'll tell you about all these lines they got. And when they call 23andMe, that's just the 23 chromosomes, and that's just the YAP DNA, and that's just the male lineage. It don't even go back as far as the woman. So when I say YAP DNA, I'm talking haplotype or haplo group. That's just male Y chromosome. That does not include the X chromosome. So what that tell you? It don't go back to the mitochondrial DNA, because ain't no mitochondrial DNA in no Y chromosome. It don't carry it. So it can't take you as far back as the genotype. So they dealing with the haplotype, and the female is the genotype. That's why in science, they telling you it's the mitochondrial DNA or mitochondrial Eve. But these idiots keep saying they tracing their way back through YAP DNA and back to a man. Exactly, because you're using the Y chromosome, and that's what the Y in YAP is for. YAP, Y DNA, YAP chromosome. And it's only using 1% of the Y chromosome and not the whole thing. So I see somebody just popped up, I think, but you're welcome to interject on me. I'm just carrying on because I want to get all this out. So, but that's what's happening, people. You know, that's the YAP DNA. So that's not the X chromosome. The X chromosome is the genotype through the mother, the woman. The Y chromosome is the haplotype through the male. So that's what you get. So just understand this. They come with a bunch of fancy scientific thought, and they think that y'all don't know or that y'all won't be told these truths. But this is the real truth.
The brother said you racist against him.
I love y'all, brother. I'm y'all brother, man. How could I be racist? We all sons of mom, bro.
He's mixed with Caucasian, he said. So you hating on him.
Oh no, I'm not hating on you, brother. Because if your mother is Nubian, I don't know whether your mother or your father is Nubian, but either way, it wouldn't matter. Because let me tell you something. Now I don't know what kind of mix you are, but we just gonna go. We're gonna go with mixed black and white. It don't matter whether your mother or your father black or white. Know this, that a botanist by the name of Gregor Mendel, and this ties back into the evolution thing, because Darwin didn't know about dominant genes. He hadn't had the knowledge of genes. The knowledge of genes wasn't out around the time of Darwin. He was just looking at species, full-grown animals, and looking at the similarities. Taxonomy. That's all his theory is a taxonomy. So now, when you move into the genetic part, which Gregor Mendel did in the 1800s, he crossed a tall P with a small p, and 3 came out small or short, and 1 came out tall. Or every time 3 came out tall and 1 short. So he developed what's called a dominant and recessive gene law. Not a theory, it's a law. Every time you do it, this is what happens in every generation. That's why Judah is the 4th son and he blessed in Israel. That's why Kedar is the 4th son and Ishmael, he blessed. That's why you can go, you know, any other 4th sons, you'll see what I'm talking about. And Canaan was the 4th son with Ham. He was one of the 4 sons because Ham had Mitzrayim, Cush, Phut, and Canaan. And Canaan was cursed. So you know 1 out of 4 seeds can be genetically recessive. So I say that to say that the black man and the black woman, my brother, have the dominant gene. So even though you calling yourself mixed, the dominant part of you will have to be black. 3/4 of you will have to be black. Even though you carry the 1 recessive, you got 3 dominant because you mix with the dominant gene. 3 dominant, 1 recessive every time. So there you go. So now you know I'm not a racist. I'm a scientist. And race is not even a scientific term. It's a social construct, and it can't be found in no science book, because race is based off of phenotype. Like I mentioned, haplotype and genotype, which is the female genotype. Haplotype is the male. Then we get the projection of those types called phenotype, which is how a person looks or expresses their genetics on the outside in the form of traits and characteristics. And in these forms of traits and characteristics is what you look at called a phenotype. And in that phenotype, if we looked at your phenotype, then we would start saying whether you white or black, because you would manifest the dominant or recessive traits according to how you look. So you would have to get on the screen for us to determine by way of color, by way of nose, by way of eyes, ocutaneously, by way of skin colors, you know, subcutaneously, the melanin and stuff like that, because all of that is what they determine or use to determine race, called profiling, which gave birth to genocide and homicide by the police, racial profiling. That's the condition we in today. So no, I'm not a racist. I was taught a long time ago by Dr. York, no one wins the race with racism. It's not a black or white thing. It's a great thing. We dealing with extraterrestrials and higher knowledge than just dealing with race, because our own people will do us in. My teacher, Dr. York, wrote a book called Are There Black Devils? So we recognize that there are black and pale devils on the earth, not just black people evil, but pale people too. So I'm pretty well rounded in that. So no, I'm not a racist. And on another note, I don't have the power. We talked about power in numbers and power in knowledge. Knowledge is power. I don't have the power to be racist. A racist is someone who has the power, right? The pale power, like the Pilgrims, the Pillagers, the Plymouth Rockers, the Plague, you know, the power. They have the prestige, you know, they have the philosophy, the psychology, the reverse psychology. They have the penal system. They have the pornography. They have the port. You know, they got the 5 P's. They got these things in place. But let me give you 4 more of them P's. To be racist, you need privilege, pale prejudice.
No, look what he just said.
What that? I can't see it. Okay, I'm gonna put it on my laptop then. All this while I haven't pulled it up on my laptop. What is he saying on the little screen? Because I'm on my phone.
You racist against black Caucasian people.
Against what? Black Caucasian? Oh, well. Well, I mean, if he just want a lesson on that, I will give him a lesson on that. You know what I'm saying? But y'all make sure now that I'm not feeding our jewels to a real Canaanite Caucasian. Like, I don't want to do that. This for y'all. But if y'all want to use him as a sounding board, let's go. I'm going to give it to you. Okay, because this ain't no secrets. I'm done with this. I'm going to give you. Okay, here we go. Now, if we look at the word Caucasian and we go to a map and we think about Caucasian. Now, I want everybody to know that I'm not looking up this on no Google or nothing. This is something that I already know. Now, this person may very well know me because they touching on some good bases. So let's move on, though. But the word Caucasian, when we say that word, we have to go to a place on a map and see what I said. Because like I said, race is not a scientific term. If we look up the word Caucasian, it's a word that's no longer in use in any dictionary. It's a social construct. There's no Caucasians around here. There's no blonde people with blonde hair and blue eyes or silver eyes walking around here, really, with all of the traits. They all have freckles. They all mixed down. They all mixed in. So now, let's get this straight. Barnum, P.T. Barnum, anybody can look this up. I love for y'all to look this up. You got to look up the word Circassian. Circassian, not Caucasian, Circassian. C-I-R-C-A-S. Wait now, C-I-R-C-A-S-I-A-N. Circassian, like Caucasian, Circassian. The word Asian still there, and the word Caucasian is circus, right? Because I mentioned Barnum and Bailey, circus, Circassian. Watch this now. Look up the Circassians in Barnum and Bailey, and you're going to see that these were the most beautiful, according to them, right? According to them, the most beautiful, woolly hair, right? Black hair, Caucasian people you want to see. Now, these were the black Caucasians. Because if we look on a map, now I'm showing y'all something now. Don't let them fool you now. I'm saying look on a map. So anybody can pull up on a Google a map, and I ain't pulling it up because I'm talking. So you pull it up. Look on a map and look up where the ark landed. The ark came down out the sky and landed in the waters and moored down to the planet Earth. As the waters receded, it moored down, because making Noah the first moor to moor down to the planet Earth as the waters moored away. And he landed on a mountain called Mount Ararat or Mount Arafat. However you want to pronounce it, Arafat is there. Okay, so now this mount is between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. That's what we want to get to right there. The Black Sea. See that word black and Caspian? Now, this word black doesn't mean black like you or black like Kemet. No, because it was a word black that meant bleak, black that meant bleach, black that meant pale, black that meant dark. It was another type of black. A person with melanin skin, they full of light. Melanin is a solid form of light. So this person producing brown and black color or dark skin because of the light colors in their body. The full color spectrum of light is in their body. They produce color. It's seen in the serotonin and serotonin. It's seen in the eumelanin and the pheomelanin. It's seen in the neuromelanin, the heart melanin. As Brother Inky dropped on the heart melanin, it's seen throughout the body in all the types, different colors of melanin: red, yellow, orange, green, blue, and black. All the colors of the rainbow and more is in the melanin. All those colors produced in the body because you got the primary colors. But nevertheless, so now you producing melanin, that gives you your color. But it's another person that just producing carbon and not just melanin. They're not producing melanin. They have defective melanin, recessive melanin. They have degenerative melanin. Their melanin is infected with a disease. Leprosy or Hansen's disease. This is a defect, or albinism. These are the defects on the melanin. And black people can have albinism. But I showed that black people are black people, then they brown people, and then they light skin, and then they albino. Those all black people. We could be any shade of those, but that does not make us white people. That's not white people. That's not pale people. Pale people are not light-skinned and dark-skinned. Okay, now they can have a pale person can be an albino though, but I'm saying pale people can give birth to an albino, which means he'll be whiter than the white people. They albino is whiter than the white people. So any race of people, any group of people on the planet, like in Tanzania, can give birth to an albino. So that's a genetic defect. But now when it comes time to the infections and the diseases and the curses, that's leprosy. That's melanoma. That's Hansen's disease. That's vitiligo, like vitiligo, things like that. So yeah. So now, my people got to understand that what I'm trying to show you, just like I was making the distinction between the Hindus and the Egyptians, I'm making a distinction again between black people of Africa and the Hindus. Because if you read a man by the name of Arthur Schopenhauer, he is a philosopher. You got Google, just say it in there. I could spell it Schopenhauer, something like that. Arthur Schopenhauer. He was a philosopher, and he explained that all them came from the Hindu. See, the Hindu looked just like a white man phenotype. His nose, aquiline, the same bridge on the nose, the same hair texture, the same way. He just black. So the Hindu is a black Caucasian brother. So you're not even being funny. This is what I'm showing you. So the Hindu gave birth to the Asians, gave birth to the Caucasians. That's why you have Indus Valley, which didn't come before Egypt. Nile Valley was first. But that's why you have Indus Valley, which is Hindu Valley, Indus Valley, India. And then you have Indonesia, Indo-China, Indo-Asian, Indo-Europe, Indo-Arab. All of them came from the Hindu. To this day, they the same thing. The Turks, all of them came from the Hindu. That's they people. So now you know the genetics on the planet Earth. This is powerful knowledge being dropped right here. I hope y'all understand this. That now you know where the white man came from, not from the black man. It's two sets of black men on the planet Earth. It's a black African and it's a black Hindu. Okay? The Hindu is based on carbon alone. The black man based on melanin. The Hindu is not processing light the way the black man in Africa process light. The Hindu called himself got 7 chakras. The black man of Africa got 9 chakras. The Hindu stole the cobra. The black man is indigenous with the king cobra. The Hindu stole the lion. The black man is indigenous with the lion. The Hindu stole the lotus. The black man is indigenous with the lotus and the lotus position, the flower and everything. This is what's happened. Somebody stole your birthright. And you need to look to the Hindu, which is the Indo-Asian. the Indian, the East Indian, the Indonesian. These people stole your birthright. These are the people that they said would be Esau and of the wicked people. This is what they talking about. This is who they are. Now, when we go back to the brother's question about the
we
black,
gonna get ready to close out. It's getting going back into it.
okay.
We're supposed to closed off about an hour ago.
Okay, last thing, the Black Caucasian, the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, where Noah's ship landed, the ark moored down between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. I think I explained black being bleach. Now, Casper is the friendly ghost. Caspian Sea, the friendly ghost. On the other side of those mountains, not on this side towards Egypt and towards the Fertile Crescent, but on the other side towards Russia. That's called the Caucasus Mountains. But right there between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea is a place called Georgia, Albany, Georgia, where I'm from. Then there's a place called Azerbaijan. Then there's a place called Circassia, right? So these are the places that's right there between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. So if you look up P.T. Barnum, you'll find out that the first Caucasians really were the children of Canaan, Hamath, and they had woolly hair, kinda, and they had, you know, some pigment, although they still carried the gene for albinism. And as they mixed with the people on the other side of the mountain, the Caucasian, that gave them the curse, because now they was mixing with the people not on our side, which was outside of the gene pool, and that's what sold their birthright. And so that's what made us get the land of Canaan, and Israel got the land of Canaan for themselves, because Canaan is a son of Ham, which is before Isaac ever existed and gave birth to Jacob, and before Jacob ever existed, which was Noah gave birth to Ham, and Ham gave birth to Canaan, and that was Canaan's land. The land of Canaan was Canaan. But because Canaan got cursed when Ham looked upon his father's nakedness, and Canaan got cursed to be a servant of servants, he was not given the land. And so when he invaded the land was purchased back from Canaan, and we were given all our land back. So the land of Israel is the land of Judas. It's ours to the end, forever and ever. Amen. Okay, Goddess Karima, I'm done.
All right, we'll make a part 2 if we have to, but
yeah, we going to. Tell me you will, cause I want to, and whatever come up, I'll do it that way. But I don't even feel bad talking like this, because the reason why certain brothers don't come on, cause ain't nobody restricting nobody from coming on to this panel. Ain't nobody been cussed out or nothing. Everybody got a chance to talk. So the reason why people don't come on to a panel like this is because the truth and facts are being spoken, and they know that whatever they bring contrary to it is going to be wholeheartedly challenged with all kinds of show and proofs and mathematics and science and Bible testimony and maps and all type of stuff that I know. So be ready when you come on this show to show and prove, source up or shut up.
That's right. I guess Sean gonna be your first your first person to have a conversation with, since he's the last man standing.
Yeah, I guess so. But I really thank you, Sister Karima. I really do. And you already know. Don't worry about it. I ain't gonna say it on the air. But thank you so much. Thank you, brother JJ 7000. I know you the king of the Lions Den. I know you running this show, brother. I thank you for letting me work with Sister Karima and get this job done, brother. I love you for that, man. I support you on every panel. I be busting niggas' heads about you, even for brother Inky, even though he don't really like let me on his panel or nothing, or stand up for me. I don't know what I done did to Inky, but you know, it's just a lot of stuff from the past though, brother Inky. No hard feelings, bro. I feel like we got a lot we can work on and build on. We can help build a platform or whatever. You should get in touch with me, man. Just like JJ gave me the opportunity. JJ, you're a powerful dude, bro. Cause on no panel, bro, do they let me talk. Thank you, Sister Karima. You're a powerful goddess, sister. They never let me did this on nobody channel. Even when I went on to Arca Bay channel, they took it down the next day. The whole video, they took it down and said, even when I went on Sarnetta, they chopped the video in half and cut my part out and took it down off the internet. So I've never been on a show where I've been, other than my own blog talk radio and with Don Nicoleon. Shout out to Don Nicoleon. Y'all support the sister Don Nicoleon. I ain't even got to listen. If she out there, I already know she dropping facts. I already know she dropping knowledge. I already know she teaching the people the right way to go. So if y'all, I don't even have to listen. I ain't listened to her in years, and I can refer you to that lady because I already know she know what the deal is. She know the truth. She know the truth. So, and these dudes do not know the truth. And if you went over there and you ask her, and I ain't talked to her in years, and we'd had an argument and everything, she'll say, no, that nigga telling you the truth. That's the facts. And you talk to anybody that got any sense about this Egypt thing, y'all remember this. It's only one hieroglyph for a woman in Egypt, but it's many hieroglyphs for men. Just one for woman, and it's a goddess. Think. Every Egyptian pharaoh got to marry Pharaoh's daughter. That's the lineage through the woman. Think. Every pharaoh, everybody that come into Egypt is under the woman rule. Just remember these things and what the Bible told you about the woman and who she is and the wisdom found at the grindstone and how she the wisdom of the world. Don't listen to these men. Take this power, my sisters. Please, I'm begging y'all, so we can get up. Because the only way we gonna get up is through the right order. And I just happen to know that y'all gotta come first in order for us to get up. I know who we are. We the rulers of the planet Earth. I ain't taking nothing away from men. I already said that the women are the leaders. You're not in front though, bro. She gonna lead this thing. And then when she state the law, we gonna enforce the law. Because it's what she needs. And when we start paying attention to what she needs and what she requests, we'll be doing our job. We're supposed to cleave on to her. It didn't say she listened to us. That's not Paul doctrine. I'm not a Paulite. I'm not in that. That's y'all in the police doctrine of the one who persecuted the very people that y'all following. That's y'all under the double reverse curse. Don't follow the Messiah. Y'all follow Paul. Y'all quote Paul books. But y'all won't quote 2 Colossians. I meant 1 Colossians 6:22, where it tell you it was 2 Adams. See, we didn't even get to that, Sister Karima. I got too much information for these niggas. I'll be done broke them off the whole night. We can go on for days. So I'm gonna stop right there. But y'all can read 1 Corinthians 2, since the brother mentioned the other one where it said that Adam was Eve and all that. I mean, Eve was taken from Adam's first and second, which I already proved took place. But now read 1 Corinthians or Colossians 6:22, and you'll see that there. So that's all. And I'm giving you scriptures to back up what I'm saying. I'm not one of them Hebrews that's saying, believe me, or reading outside the scriptures. Only reason why we rushing like this and going like this, because people need it fast and we ain't got time to do it all night. But the night y'all ready, man, y'all got platforms. Them brothers got platforms. Invite me on, and then you could tell me to shut up, and I just talk when I get ready, when you want me to like that. But I guarantee you, I'm going to tear it down if you ain't on the right side of righteousness. If you ain't with truth, I'm going to tear it down because you know I'm telling the truth. I ain't cutting through no words, skipping no words. It's 2 different sets of gods in that Bible. And there's one God doing stuff by himself, and there's other gods doing stuff for themselves. And there's more than one creation of a man and woman in that Bible. When we're talking about Genesis 1, we're not talking about the one in Genesis 2, where the woman is taken from a specific man and they in a garden. And when we get to Genesis 6, that's a separate thing when these beings come down and mix with man. That's the Igigi coming down from the planet Mars, coming in to have sex, right? That's the Igigi coming down off the planet ship Meldeck from Mars, called Marduk, Nibiru, once called Nibiru. See the word Meldeck? Marduk, that's because Meldeck and Marduk are the same words, but you're saying it wrong. You got to say it like you say Israel, Meldeck, Marduk, where the L in the tongue is in the same place. Meldeck, Marduk, where the tongue in the same place. So Meldeck and Marduk are the same words, and that's the name of Nibiru. And the Igigi came down in Genesis 6, and they took women, all which they chose. Read the book of Enki. You'll know all these stories, but you don't know it because you done listen to YouTube and let somebody else tell you and let somebody else dictate it to you. But the book is there for you to know. So we're going to go through all of that. But I know y'all got questions on Inky, on Ninlil, on Ninti. I know the New Wapians about to go crazy. I know they should have questions, but you know why you don't come on here? Because what I'm saying is contradicting the story you lied about, right? And so now you can't come on here because the lie going to be exposed, but it ain't like that. What we can do, you can come on here humble like I'm humble, and then we can sit down and talk about it, and we can all admit to our mistakes and our flaws. And we can say, hey, look, man, this the way it went, this the way it goes. Okay, now I got my story straight. Now we could preach the truth, teach the truth all throughout the planet Earth. That's what we here to do. We ain't here to live in a lie just because I made a mistake or I need to stick to something that I made a mistake about. No, y'all, I can correct my mistakes and I can go back and say, I stand corrected. I apologize. Like I did tonight when the brother said, hey, bro, but in Genesis 1:26, 1:27, you saying that's Adam and Eve. That word ain't Adam and Eve there. That word is for man. I say, okay, brother, I stand corrected. But just know that when we get to Adam and Eve, we still talking about these same types of being. We was using that interchangeably with male and female. But you right, according to you, we'll rock. We'll wait till the word Eve come up and we'll deal with this as male and female. I'm with that. I can go with that. But I ain't gonna be wrong though. We gonna get it right though, because I'm gonna make sure that I don't teach my people nothing wrong. My guarantee, my promise to my people is that I'm not gonna let it fly out my mouth unless it's true. I done checked it out. I'm doing the research. I know it's for real. So ain't no emerald tablets, y'all. There is a such thing called an emerald tablet, but no tablets. And both of them gonna lead you to some psychobabble, some theosophical society, and they're going to lead you to Aleister Crowley, Madame Blavatsky. It's going to lead you to all types of Claude Dawkins and the Masonic Lodge and Adam Weishaupt and all of that. And you're going to be caught up in the reading and knocking at doors that you ain't even got to knock on, because that's why your brother Babylon done right here to go ahead on and help you out and set that record straight. I care about y'all though. And that's why I do this. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because we got to stop this. We got to learn that, hey, when somebody answers a question and they right, we got to be willing to say to all the public, unlike the brother was earlier. When I was trying to get him to say I was right, or not to say I was right, but to say what I was saying was true. Because I didn't want the credit. I didn't want to be said that I'm right, because I'm not right. We reading a book. So what I'm saying is true. That's what I'm saying. Not I'm right, but what I'm saying is true. And that's something we could talk about, family. We should get into that right there. There's a little bit of idiosyncrasies or nuances, like whether I'm right or whether something is true. That's two different things, right and true. Ontology and epistemology are different. We should talk about this thing, philosophy, logic, where we going with this, and we'll get it right. You got a brother on the phone that's done studied hard for y'all, done read all of the books I can read, done did all of the research for you. And I'm trying to pour out this knowledge on my people so they can defend Israel. They can defend Judah. They could defend true science. They can defend the truth before my eye. They can defend the word black and not be looking crazy and got people saying that black is a color. Black is not a color. Black is a state of supreme balancement. And when we say supreme balancement, that's the nature, that's the gods, that's the state of God. Black, right? Because we read before there was light, there was darkness. The earth was in a state of darkness. Everything was in a state of darkness. It was first. Then the lights came on. That's the place we'll return. The blackness. When you say blackness, ness is a state. You couldn't have a ness on something unless it indicates a state. So black becomes state. Darkness is a state. It's a state of darkness. It's different states of darkness. Shadows, like that. Reflection, different states. Absorption, different states of darkness. Refraction. So these are states. White is not a color. White is a state of purity. Of purity. So white means purity and black means supreme. Balancement, true. So now a black person in the Bible could be called white, and y'all will say, oh, that person is being called a white man. No, it's not. That wasn't the terminology. That's not the language game. The person is being called the white brother. Like in Native American folklore, we teach about Hopi, the white elder brother. He's not a white man. It's a black man coming. And doggone, it's the white elder. And Egyptian Set is the white elder. So white don't mean white people. It means pure. The one who's been purified, like the doggone say, the restoration and the purification got to take place. The Zep Tepi, not the Kali Yuga. We got our own language. We don't use Hindu. Kali Yuga, no, Zep Tepi. We might use the Olmec Baktun, which they give to the Mayans, which are Hindus. See, they done stole everything you got, your legacy. They plagiarized it and supplanted you, just like Esau said he would. And he named himself after you and his cities after you. And now he pretending to be you throughout Europe, throughout Spain. That's why the brothers arguing. The Moors was in Spain. The Moors ruled Spain for 700 years. But yet that cracker right there saying, nope, I was right there. This is my land. I'm a Sephardic Jew. I was in the Iberian Peninsula. I was in Andalusia. That's my land. I'm the Spaniard, not you. See? Because they want to be somewhere else they ain't got no business. Yeah, we rule there. Because Spain right across the way from Africa. We ruled Sicily too. Hannibal and Hamilcar ruled Carthage, ruled the whole thing before Rome, before all of that. But you got to remember that that's still not your land. Your land is in Africa and on the African continent. That's what you need to remember. Genesis 15:13 and Genesis 13:15. You'll see all of your land. Read that and you'll see your land being given out. You'll see the land that you was blessed with and the location. Okay? So we can go on and on and on. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. Peace, Sister Karima.
Peace, everybody.